keeps starting over, man. Yeah. You need a 6 volts in series parallel going into this guy.
Do you know what's going to happen if you let this guy run again?
That's crazy. Getting the shunts so forth everywhere wired in. Seeing that I can run this with this and also the deep freezer. And also the ice cold. I keep restarting my videos or stopping my videos. And I get cell signal from keeping my phone on airplane mode. Remember, I use air scrubbers, EBC lights, ionic silver in Otters misters. Start more silver right now. BP882 infused with the other and hydrated. That'll be new.
A lot of them fly in Tuesday morning and they fly back Thursday afternoon or evening. That's one reason they don't have congressional hearings and oversight of executive branch. They don't work Monday or Friday. They treasure their short work week, and it's become a habit. There's no reason why they can't work 5 days, even 6 days. This is one of the most important trials in American history. This is a trial for the future of our Constitution, for whether we're going to have a monarch, for whether we're going to have more of the sordid, the cruel, violent type of electoral politics that is going on with voter suppression and voter intimidation. And they're worried about saving a few days. They can work half-time on the trial, say in the afternoon, and then do the legislative business in the morning. But Nancy Pelosi needs to be held accountable for the strategy that she put forward, a defeatist strategy in the first impeachment when there were at least 11 other proven impeachable offenses by Trump. She just went with the Ukraine issue, and we put all these in the congressional record of December 18th. Anybody wants to look at them, Congressman John Larson put them in, and she's going with the same limited strategy here, and nobody's talking about it.
Mitch McConnell, his role, do you think it's possible he, Thune, and others could vote against President Trump? And do you think it's an absolute done deal that there's no way they'll get 67 votes? One Republican commentator said if it was a secret ballot, 90% would go against Trump, but not if it's not.
Mitch McConnell made a speech on the Senate floor directly asserting that Trump was responsible for the riot, for the mayhem, for the storming of the Capitol. He is the leader. He's got a lot of leverage. He's the key to getting those 17 votes. And for the first time in his life, he's going to face a struggle inside his brain where he can't just say no, no, no to key legislation protecting the American people. He's called himself the guardian of gridlock, the grim reaper. Those are his words. And he's got to face up to history. And he is the key to getting the rest of the Republican senators. All they have to do is just look at the prospect. If Trump is acquitted, he is unleashed on them. He will demand total submission. He controls the party structure. There's nobody like him that can attract more money and more crowds, and it will be miserable for them. And if they think they can avoid some primary challenges, but they're going to equip their Democratic challenges in the election with enormous arguments to defeat them. Never mind their own history. Never mind the example of Senator Goldwater and Senator Hugh Scott telling Nixon he better resign. His time is up.
What about what President Biden is doing, the COVID relief bill, the $1.9 trillion he's pushing for? Your evaluation of that and what he has done so far as president?
Well, that's important. He's got to keep that $15 minimum wage, which is staggered over 4 years, by the way. And Bernie Sanders is pleading with him and Senate Democrats to keep it in. It has state and local aid. It has aid for children. It has aid to education. It has aid to health and vaccine and all the rest of it, that, and the COVID crisis. And it's very important. It's got to be managed in a way so corporations who don't deserve it or professional last time. And then there are hundreds of billions of dollars of unspent money still unspent from the Trump administration that needs to be applied to the current state of the economy. In the regulatory area, he's got to do several things. One, he's got to roll back the dismantling and illegal shutting down of enforcement agencies such as the Workplace Safety Agency, OSHA, Environmental Agency, EPA, Food and Drug Administration, the Auto Safety Agency, the FAA. He's got to roll back those executive orders, roll back those criminal non-enforcement rules that Trump actually put in place overtly earlier in 2020. He then has got some good people to back them up. He already has appointed some good people to the Securities Exchange Committee, Gary Gensler, and a very good appointee to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, Rohit Chopra. But he's got more to appoint. He's got to back them up. Third, he's got to expand the regulatory budget, which is so tiny, it's absurd. The budget for OSHA is $500 million, which is what we've spent every year to pay for the embassy in Baghdad, in Iraq, after that criminal war by Bush and Cheney. And fourth, he's got to make sure that Congress elevates corporate crime reform to the highest visibility. We're in a corporate crime wave in this country, economically, environmentally, consumer abuse, worker abuse, and there's got to be a revision and updating of the federal corporate criminal law, which are absurdly antiquated. I mean, the fines are absurd for occupational workplace casualties. A few $1,000s applied to an employee for the loss of life in the workplace from criminal negligence. And I would advise Mr. Biden to retain Professor of Law John Coffey of Columbia University, who's just written an excellent book called Corporate Crime and Under Enforcement. And he's the man to draft a federal corporate criminal law code.
Finally, Ralph Nader, speaking about corporate crime, I wanted to ask you about Boeing. In January, the company agreed to pay more than $2.5 billion to settle a nearly 2-year federal criminal investigation into Boeing's role in the 2 fatal crashes in Ethiopia and Indonesia that killed all 346 on board 737 MAX airplanes. The Justice Department accusing Boeing of having concealed information about the aircraft. One of the victims was your 24-year-old great-niece, your grandniece, Samia Rose Stumo, who I had the privilege of meeting at in Winstead, where you are now, and at the Tort Museum. What's happening in these cases?
Well, this is a slap on the wrist, a just before midnight settlement between the Trump Justice Department and the Boeing lawyers. It was really nothing. There was about a $250 million fine. There was over $1 billion aid to the airlines, and $500 million to the scores of families who lost their loved ones in the two crashes in Indonesia, Ethiopia. That settlement has not yet been approved by the federal district judge in Texas. There may be an intervention by the families, and I hope the new Justice Department reopens it under Biden and Merrick Garland, the new Attorney General, because this is just another example of giant companies getting away with their corporate criminality. A shocking sweetheart deal, an insult to the memories of the lost ones, and further endangering the safety of air travelers in the future. You have to enforce the law to deter future criminality, and this wouldn't deter Boeing in the least. And also, a lot of it's deductible under our tax system. I think people have got to realize that systematic corporatism causes a lot of problems. Systematic corporatism feeds systematic racism, and feeds systematic phrases like corporate crime enforcement and corporate systematic corporatism.
Well, Ralph Nader, I want to thank you so much for being with us. And again, condolences to you and your whole family. I know the pain never goes away. We will continue to follow the Boeing case. Thank you so much for being with us. Longtime consumer advocate, corporate critic, former four-time presidential candidate, author of many books. The latest with Matt Green, Wrecking America, How Trump's Lawbreaking and Lies Betray Us All. Coming up Sunday, February 14th, is Valentine's Day. It also marks V-Day, the global day to end violence against women and girls. We'll speak with the activist and playwright V, formerly known as Eve Ensler, as well as the poet Aja Monet. Stay with us. The globe over the last year. Time magazine recently reported domestic violence increased 300% in Hubei, China. 25% in Argentina, 30% in Cyprus, 33% in Singapore, and 50% in Brazil. The American Journal of Emergency Medicine reports domestic violence has also spiked across the U.S. It's up 22% in Portland, Oregon, 18% in San Antonio, over 10% in New York, as people can be trapped with their batterers at home. This Sunday marks Valentine's Day, as well as V-Day, Global Day of Action to fight violence against women and girls. We're joined now by two guests, the playwright V, formerly known as Eve Ensler, founder of V-Day. She's the author of the Vagina Monologues and many other works. We're also joined by the poet Aja Monet, V-Day's new artistic creative director. And we welcome you both to Democracy Now! As I read out those figures, V, about domestic violence soaring in the world as people are alone in homes, sometimes with their batterers, can you fit that into what's happening this Sunday around the world?
See how much power?
Yes, I mean, obviously we're here. It's so funny because I've been doing a lot of online risings this year because people can't be in the streets, a lot of people because of COVID, and we're hearing about these incredible numbers of domestic violence and all kinds of other violences. The violences of frontline workers, mainly women and women of color, being exposed to all kinds of things without protections. I mean, there's endless violences, and I just want to say I'm so moved to see our grassroots women movements around the world finding ways to rise in spite of people being locked in and shut in, and in spite of COVID. I think what I'm excited to be talking with you about this morning, and happy V-Day to everybody, is this new program that we're doing, and this new campaign that Aja Monet is leading up. And I just want to just briefly talk about that for a second, because it directly feeds into all the statistics you were talking about. I think during this last year in America and across the world, we've seen some of the most hideous murders of black men and women and trans women by the police, and an escalation of white supremacy, and most recently the horrific murder of Breonna Taylor, and still injustice that's followed it. And I know for me, I've been doing a lot of reflection in V-Day, as has our whole team, this movement that's been here for 23 years and has really been supported, initiated and driven by the Vagina Monologues. And I think this year we all decided we needed to go further, we needed to go deeper, something more is being called for. And I've been doing deep reflection about my life as a white woman playwright and activist, and fully aware of the depth of my privilege and access to networks and resources that have helped to produce my work. And I believe this is the moment where we need to uplift and be in deepest solidarity with black women, cis women, trans women, non-binary people across the African continent and African diaspora. And we need to share our networks and resources that will bring their voices into the center of our movement. So I am thrilled that we have invited and joined with the forces of the powerhouse and the visionary that is Aja Monet, someone who really understands the connection between art and activism, who is a brilliant poet in her own right, and has been curating this piece filled with the stories of Black women throughout the world.
Well, Aja, I want to turn to you next, and just giving a little background. You're the youngest poet to have ever become the New Eurekan Poets Cafe Grand Slam champion at the age of 19 in 2007. And that's just way back then. But you're doing remarkable things, and I was wondering if you can describe the Voice Project.
Yeah, so we also know that for every Black woman who reports rape, at least 15 Black women do not. You know, 1 in 4 Black girls will be sexually abused before the age of 18. So these statistics, we can go down the list and see the impact that sexual violence and harm and abuse has had on Black women primarily, but around women across the world. Voices is a project that for us, we're deeply invested in. How do we interrogate the interior landscapes of people and their relationship, not just to violence, but to liberation and freedom? How does art become critical in the ways that we imagine the world we want to see, and to start to practice, to actively engage people beyond just speaking and telling the truth, but also showing and demonstrating what active listening looks like, how we show up for those who are speaking, how we engage, and how we show compassion and collective care in this moment. I want to say that I think the biggest thing that really impacted me last year, while there was an uprising around George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, was a story about a Tallahassee activist, a Black girl, Nigerian Black American woman named Oluwatoyin Salao, who was assaulted and murdered, seeking protection and seeking shelter, in a moment where she was actively engaging in our movement to fight for us and to fight for our trans brothers and sisters. And so to note that this was a story that was kind of left out of the narrative of this moment, not for any, I wouldn't say intentional purposes, but it is something that begs of us to pay attention, to listen deeper, to go into our communities and to see how are we internalizing the harm and the violence of this country, and how do we show up better in our movements for one another.
As you say her name, talk about the Say Her Name movement.
I think that Say Her Name was born out of a necessity in a moment where media was hyper-focused on the violence and the ways that police violence was showing up in our communities around Black men and the stories of Black men. Say Her Name is a campaign that was created to support the voices of Black women all over the country, but particularly around state violence and the way that state violence is also impacting us, not just through policing, but also through reproductive rights and issues that we're facing in our maternal mortality, right? Also in the ways that we suffer from housing inequality, the ways that climate change impacts our communities, that we recognize that saying her name is not in an effort to combat the names or to resist the notion that our brothers' names need to be stated, but that also our Black women are on the front lines of often most of the violence that our communities see. And so therefore we must lift up the memories and the stories of those directly impacted by this violence.
And finally, Aja, on the issue of art and resistance, if you could talk as an artist about how your art has changed through the pandemic and what you're hoping for most of all on Sunday with Billions Rising.
Yeah, well, we believe that art is, for the people, by the people, and it's about presence, it's about attention, it's about expression of one's psychic terrain, the interior world, the last frontier. And so I think a big part of what we see this project being, Voices, is our unothering. We create because we have no other choice in this moment, right? We want to create out of a space of what do we envision, what do we want to see, not just so much what we're against and what we're fighting. And so I think we create because we're possessed by our questions. We're not creating because we believe we have the answers. We create because we know that art has the capacity to get the people to be challenged, to be intrigued, and to be transformed by their expressions of their interior world and their presence for me, during this moment, we found ways for art with homemade poetry online series that we started. For art to be a part of helping us think through solutions. How can art help us practice the world that we want to see? How can art also provide the remedies for the moment? And what are the limitations of art, right? How does art become strategy for our freedom, not just an accessory to our movement? And those are the things that I've seen happen in this moment, are the ways that artists are being engaged critically around the cultural shifts we need for our society to be where it needs to go. Abolition is on the tongues of everyone's mouths because of culture, because of cultural workers, because of the folks on the front lines organizing for that change and for the relationships built between artists and organizers during this moment. I would say organizers are artists, that we are actively practicing our creative imaginations and pushing the conversation and pushing the nation forward. We're the shamans and healers of this moment. So I want to lift up all the organizers who are doing work to end violence against women and girls, but to end violence against those of us who are most marginalized across the globe.
And finally, February 14th, 1998, that's when you began V-Day. We're talking more than 20 years. Do you feel there has been major progress, and where are you headed in that work?
Well, I think with everything with patriarchy, it's 2 steps forward and 1 step back. It's persistent, ongoing virus that we're up against. But I think there has been change, and I just want to say about this year, our theme this year is 1 billion rising gardens, and it's been incredible to see how it's amplifying the intersectional issues of women's inequality, impact on food insecurity, land ownership, and lack of access to health care, as well as the long-term effects of extractive industries on the destruction of Mother Earth and other basic rights for frontline and marginalized communities. And I want to urge everybody to go to 1billionrising.org. There are incredible things going on right now. I just everywhere on the globe, our 60 global coordinators have unleashed vast grassroots, regionally and national actions. We're seeing them dig deep into their communities, seed distribution, seed banks exchanges in India and Congo and the Philippines. Last night I was on the phone with organizers in Davao, Philippines, with the Lumad women, the indigenous women who are rising to take back their lands from the plunderers and the people pillaging and the corporates destroying it. And these are just archaic and horrible anti-terrorist laws that Duterte has put into place, where he's just summarily arresting people without any charges. We're seeing people do artistic creations for zero waste food art in Bangladesh, Rising Garden film festivals in South Asia. We're seeing artistic risings all over Africa, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Mexico, Italy. And I just want to urge
V, we have 10 seconds.
April 22nd, Earth Day, rise, plant your gardens in this country. Join VS for Voices. Send in your stories in the next 2 days and be part of our movement.
Thank you so much, V, formerly known as Eve Ensler, founder of V-Day, and Aja Monet, the poet and V-Day's new artistic creative director. And remember,
Gonna do a little manicuring, straighten this up. Wow. Oh, wirings. Everything plasmatized, integrated. Plasmatized that. Gotta keep moving for power comes on to about 2.5 hours or 2 hours. Doing monitor, still working again. Doing it right now. Coming down. here when the solar hit. The monitor will come on. Sun's coming. Gotta hurry. Learn something. Keep it going. Hear the sounds of the morning rain. 7. got it all. Rough draft. This bit right there. That's our battery pack. Let's do lights. Fire the laptops. Woods. Here. Solar. And playground in here. So. what this is. Turning it over. I hope it'll correct. This guy is more sensitive. And this guy has a 125 ampere battery. 175 ampere battery. Hopefully it covered when the lighting on the other side. One's there, one's that way. And this guy. All those go right there. You see the lights are getting brighter. And this guy's controller outside. So we're gonna get I hope they're great. Groups like this, I want to stand by like these guys in the forest. I'm gonna charge it. Studies the autistic mind. Yeah, is this a rough draft? I have all the purple wires stuff done. I'm gonna see the wolf nuts. Better. Coming over soon. Next several of these, 2 and 3 story, 1 in the ground and so forth, fires and things that happen in the future. Some place to go in the barn. Taking everything over the ceiling. this much cover. I'm going to see if I can kick over the ice co and get the guy to produce more power. 46 amps, 45 amps we've used. Wow, epic. So, 46 amps made yesterday, 45 amps made used to right now. Yesterday, we still had 1 amp left. I'm gonna kick over to Ice Co. Let's see. So right now we're doing 27 nothing. This battery seems full this outside when we're just looking at it. Kick this down. Let's go. This popped on max. Back stasis chamber. Got the laptop right there on around max. There's a watch. I'm gonna let that run and draw. It's on that guy. I should be up to the big battery bank. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Hold on a second. Big battery. 12.3. Holding steady. See what goes on. We're in the freezer. Solar. Insanity. You can do it. Stasis chamber still running. 25 and 23 degrees. What was that? In the 30s? Yeah. No gas. All solar. Offensive capabilities. Now I build. Without dreading from life support systems.
We're going to take a short break. You're listening to live special coverage from NPR News.
You know, like not doing shit to protect the inside, supposedly. right? Like you are on the, you're taking sides and you're on the other side.
From some of those senators in the hallways. Here is Colorado Democrat Michael Bennett.
Can I ask you what you think about the vote for these witnesses?
I think it's appropriate that we should have witnesses, and hopefully they can negotiate a reasonable agreement, and we can continue.
Something less than 100? Something less than 100?
I think that, to
Bring
see a
5
lawyer
people.
stand there and sort of threaten people with that kind of, that kind of thing is kind of embarrassing, really.
We also heard from Kansas Republican Senator Jerry Moran.
Can you guys work out some kind of deal? I mean,
that's the intent at the moment, is to see how the parameters of witnesses might be. But it's got to be fair and not lopsided. We're going to make certain that the time necessary to take depositions with witnesses occurs.
And we want to add one more voice here, an ally of former President Trump, is Senator Ron Johnson.
Do you think it sounds like the defense is they want to call lots of witnesses?
Well, again, if you go down the path of witnesses, I mean, you open it up. And if you're really going to have any semblance of fair due process, you've got to let the defense team put on a case.
And we should explain what's going on here in the middle of this pandemic. Reporters have kind of created a big pool system, so it's a lot of sound of phones being held at a distance to senators wearing masks and a little bit muffly. But Kelsey Snell is now with us. She's NPR's congressional correspondent. We have a lot of people who used to cover or currently cover Capitol Hill for NPR with us. Claudia Grisales, Tamara Keith, Nina Totenberg. Kelsey, let me start with you. We really expected, we knew what was going to happen today, and that's that this trial was going to end. Things got really off script very quickly, and as you can hear, the senators who are making the decisions seem to have no idea what happens next.
Well, part of the reason they don't seem to know what happens next is because the rules themselves are unclear about what happens next. The organizing resolution, which is what the Senate had to pass in order to turn themselves into a court of impeachment, basically just says that, the rules say that witnesses would be deposed first and the parties in management defense.
Chuck Schumer, the majority leader.
No objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, as I understand it, there are discussions underway, and so I ask unanimous consent the Senate recess until 12:30 p.m.
Is there objection? Hearing none, we stand in recess till 12:30.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, there you go. The Senate had been quiet ever since that first quorum call after that vote to move forward with at least one witness. Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, has now asked that the Senate recess until 12:30, little less than an hour from now. Kelsey, I don't think that's an indication one way or another that a roadmap has been figured out to go forward here.
Well, no, because they basically had to recess because the rules say that any witness has to be deposed and the other side given time for discovery before they can testify before the Senate. But that's about it. They don't say anything about how witnesses would be admitted, how their testimony should be gathered. They have to pass a whole new set of rules, it seems. It's entirely possible that they may need to vote again on a completely different set of rules to govern what happens next because, frankly, they weren't expecting this. There was tons of political pressure for them to wrap this up quickly. As we've noted, there's pressure from the Biden administration to move on because they have $1.9 trillion in coronavirus relief they'd like to pass. And Republicans also want to move on because they would very much like to stop talking about former President Donald Trump.
Well, one example of how there was pressure to move quickly was that at first
it's
we did
not
not
moving
expect to be
quickly.
here today at all. David
come back
Schoen,
to
one
you
of
and
Trump's
ask later.
lawyers, is Jewish and observant, observes the Sabbath, and requested that the Senate
The old
not
battery
meet
line.
on the Sabbath today, Saturday. He then withdrew that request so that the trial could move forward more quickly. But here we are now on Saturday, and the Senate has just taken a recess of about an hour as it tries to assess the road going forward. Claudia Grisales, could you remind us what the question is? What happens next? What was...
High frequencies because they're too light when they're blown on. And we still have the option of being able to tie the three together right there. Be it back that had what I had shown up for?
See. Soon we'll be able to go barefoot everywhere. Don't need ourselves wet. So, MC4 cable. Not anymore 10 gauge. You need MC4 cable.
So, there's once that comes, I can recycle all the cable that we had.
Yeah, make it all one. But the ones that I brought, the ones that we just ordered was.
I can recycle that and use that for DC power, not solar transfer. For what it was bought for.
But that kind that we got, the MC4, the 100 feet, is that good?
Yeah.
Okay, just you know, so we just.
But again, like I was pointing out to you.
In time. Sorry, like you were pointing out to me.
The stuff you ordered is 600 volts. And it's max. The blue wire that the harness that came, it's 1,000 volt. Therefore, it takes more amps.
Gotcha.
If you can find 1,000 volt,
Yeah.
if you can go that way, if it's not too more expensive.
Yes, we'll look into that.
Or as one advisor to the team texted me, a lot. They are saying, you know, if you want to open Pandora's box, you can open Pandora's box, and we've got a lot. But of course, as
and judging from the response in the room at the time, I don't know if Claudia can jump in. I mean, the senators visibly reacted to all of this.
Yeah, this was a very unexpected turn of events. It felt like today was, in a way, preordained in terms of how it was planned out and that they would wrap up today. But you could see the reaction and the huddles and the confusion that have followed on the Senate floor among members for both parties trying to stake this path forward on who these witnesses could be. If it goes beyond the one witness, Representative Jamie Herrera Butler, that the lead manager, Jamie Raskin, asked for. So, yes, you could see it visibly on the floor.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Brand changed his vote at one point, right?
Exactly. Now, he has talked about this before the trial had started. He had threatened that if we are going to go there, if we're going to go to the question of witnesses, then let's ask a lot more folks that he would be interested hearing from. For example, Democrats. Let's get them to testify as well. This is a similar theme he struck even last year when he talked about the potential of witnesses coming up, that would open up a can of worms even back then. And again, he kind of repeated that theme that if there are witnesses, I've got a list. It's a long list, and it includes a lot of Democrats that we need to hear from.
You know, Audie, Claudia, I think there's a lot of divide right now. There's a lot. I think the Senate is a really good example of it. But I think one thing everyone listening and watching can unite around is pounding on the table, saying you were sick of Zoom and want to do something in person. That's one reason why the Senate was laughing. Of course, I don't think, as you mentioned, I do not think the idea of going up to his office in Philadelphia for depositions is on the table. But it is the big question going forward. How will these depositions take place? When will they take place? How many will there be? And Kelsey Snell, how long the trial may be delayed for?
Yeah, one thing that I think is important to remember when talking about the Senate is a lot of what they do is based on agreements. And this isn't a court in the traditional sense. This doesn't have criminal rules of procedure. This is the Senate deciding how the Senate wants to operate. And so they may be able to decide that they want to have a limited number of witnesses. They can decide how they want to depose the witnesses. And a lot of
And so, if the House managers call Representative Herrera Butler, I think it is very likely that President Trump's lawyers will call Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi is clearly a relevant witness to this matter. Speaker Pelosi can testify as to when she knew about the threats on the Capitol, what she knew specifically, and in particular, she can testify. We heard already that the House Sergeant at Arms turned down National Guard protection for the Capitol on January 6th because of, quote, the optics. And I think Speaker Pelosi can testify as to whether she made a decision based on optics, based on politics, not to have additional protection protection at the Capitol to prevent the terrorist attack that played out. My view remains we don't need witnesses, but I think if the Democrats want to open this Pandora's box, I don't think it's going to work out well for them.
President Trump himself, do you want witnesses? Is there are witnesses, and why not?
You know, there is a long tradition in our trials that is reflected in the Bill of Rights that any individual is not required to testify against themselves to testify at their own trial. I don't think we should attempt to force the president to testify at his own impeachment trial. This is the House managers or the prosecutors. They have the burden of proof. They haven't proven their case. The reason you're seeing this Hail Mary is everybody knows the outcome of this proceeding, which is that President Trump is going to be acquitted. It takes 67 votes to convict. There aren't 67 votes, and those on the extreme far left are angry right now, and today is a reflection of that anger.
Are there any minds that can be changed if witnesses is difficult?
Sure, I think where we are right now, I think we likely are about 55 votes to convict. I think all of the Democrats are likely to vote to convict. By the way, I think all the Democrats were going to vote to convict on day one. All of the Democrats were going to vote to convict in 2017. Many of these Democrats went on record as Trump was being sworn into president as president,
been huddling at
saying they
times
wanted
with the defense
to
for President Trump. We are listening to live coverage and listening to the Senate impeachment trial. I want to go to Kelsey Snell to talk about what we're hearing there, because it's the kind of first, I guess, voice we're hearing from the Trump team in a way about what they're thinking about the idea of witnesses.
It sounds very much there from Senator Cruz, like they want to call House Speaker Pelosi and some political witnesses that they think would be useful to them in terms of this being a political trial, speaking to their face. Though Democrats have pointed out to me that calls for Pelosi to testify might not bring out the kind of new information, ways to advance the question of what President Trump's role in the insurrection was, things that would be relevant to this impeachment.
And we are going, the Senate is now in recess right now, as Kelsey was saying, as everyone was saying, they're trying to figure out what exactly is going to happen next year. At least one witness, the Senate has approved one witness going forward. We have Ted Cruz, another Republican, saying, if not one, why not 2, 3, 4, many, hundreds, as Michael Vanderbeek said. This is after both sides concluded their presentation, and we had expected closing arguments. We are going to take a quick break here, though, on Capitol Hill. The second impeachment trial continues after some last-minute suspense on the issue of witnesses. The Senate is in recess until 12:30 Eastern. So now we're going to take you back to Weekend Edition, and when the Senate returns, the special coverage will return. I'm Scott Petro.
And I'm Audie Cornish. Please stay with
So, doing 8 amps, it's showing. Skipping up and down. We're doing 5 amps right now. Like this. 70 watts. This guy is doing half amp. $60 0.05 of a kilowatt in an hour. It's been on max. There's the power we put in. These guys all set up. I gotta set these dudes. Put one on that, on this, so I can see the power flow going out. Yep.
March 11th will be the 10-year anniversary of that disaster. Anthony Kuhn, NPR News, Seoul.
At the Australian Open, tennis is being played today without crowds at Melbourne Park. Melbourne and the rest of the state of Victoria have entered a 5-day lockdown in response to a coronavirus outbreak linked to a quarantine hotel at the Melbourne airport. I'm Barbara Klein, NPR News.
Support for NPR comes from Carnegie Corporation of New York, supporting innovations in education.
We're not spiking. Have you seen it jump over 60 to 70 volts? Maybe? Have you seen it jump that high? The sun's directly on it.
Yep. Yeah, this is like the peak, the little bit of the sun peak we've got so far.
But I'm saying, are you seeing it jump? This right here.
Yeah, 55 volt, no? It's not going 80 and then 70 or like open circuit like we were saying. It's sticking to like short circuit closer to 58.
Working voltage.
Yeah, the working voltage.
So.
Wow, that's epic.
Sun came out. And
now it's at 52.
We're staying there. It's not spiking. We're at 100 watts. We jumped up to 100. Or not 100. 300 watts and 20 amps. So I'm going to put the other two on there. So we got 8 of those guys. 40 amp capability. It'll just be reduced down to 900 watts. Sunlight's poking out again. We're staying good at 52. I want to see if this guy out here is spiking. I figured out the plasma mix to put on here. Ooh, look at that sun shooting through. So, this guy, 50, we're doing 18 amps, 300 watts. We're getting 300 watts out of this guy. We're getting 300 watts out of this guy. We've done 7 amps since the sun's come up. And this guy's used 4. So we're at 50.2 right now. Used at 10 o'clock. And we're at 53.5 for PV generated. So we're 3.5 amps ahead. Still I'm gonna take 2 from this and hook it to the other so that this stays below its max amperage output. Yeah. This guy's at 67 volts. What's that one at? Maria? Sorry. I haven't treated this one, so I'm wondering what's the voltage from the panels read? 50? That's it? The sun's directly on those guys? Okay. Nice. This one's 300 watts. But we're spiking. I need to put plasma like I did on this one to close the circuit out. This one's at 63, 64. This one's at 64 volts. Can you go see if that one? Thank you. This guy's amazing. 54. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello, hello?
126 watts. 56 volts.
56 or 66?
56, and now it dropped to 53, 52. It's going somewhere from 48 to 55.
No, 60. It's staying in the 50s. Right now, this one's at 67 volts.
55, 24 amps, 330 watts.
We're 60 volts on this one. 19 amps.
Amps, 380 watts, 55 volts.
Alright, I'm plasmatizing this one out here, so it gives us not to jump, but punch. Wow. Yeah.
I was thinking next time we turn on the projector, I want to put these on and see if we can see it bigger.
So.
Yeah, those numbers are crazy. 300 watt. It was 390, 55, 24.
It's not spike jumping or nothing though.
No,
which
the
is
voltage
nice.
went down.
The sun is completely fully on it. And 30 volts. This guy's on the hillside going down. This group is the hillside going down. The top one is, the white one goes to the top one. So I'm gonna take 2 from there and patch in. Glad I did all that wiring, nice wiring, and so forth. This guy's still on. He's gonna use a 10th of a kilowatt in 2 hours. Stasis chamber. We're now down to 11 degrees, 18 degrees on the other side. Probation. There's Grandpa. Look at that power, baby. Yeah. Self-sufficiency. Throw these on the ground. Beautiful day. Small guys producing 14 amps. Right now, I'm going to deploy these guys and time into the line that was where the 6 volts were, right here. I moved them in. Now that we're figuring out what she would like to have in place. Alright, so deploy these and grab those 6. No. So these 6 are going into the 6 volt. I'm gonna grab 2 more, make 8, and have 4 just go. Finish with my forest management. Tuck bear. Solar cells redeployed. We now have 8 coming in instead of 6. I'm gonna shoot these guys over. Time into the line that was over here and shoot that power into the step down module inside the structure instead of having it outside. Then I gotta do the monocrystallines and so forth that are stationed about places. Grab some duct tape. High frequency AC. They're not AC, but they're high frequency. They work like AC, where you can put it through the line for a long distance without a lot of loss. Put them through 600 feet. Yeah, the high frequencies can jab you. Let's take them to the step down module. So, light screen on the step down module. And it'll tape those and connect these to the battery. It'll be all good. Solar collectors and other things like that. Plasma integrators, scalar, NFC, and kinetic. So much ways to get an energy. Alright. 11:53, 34. We're getting 300 watts, 20 amps, 70 volts. Haven't been over. Doesn't matter. For half a kilowatt before noon. It is epic. Started good power generation at 4 hours ago. And this guy. See? Still have it doing what? Half an amp. 0.21 of a kilowatt. So a third of a kilowatt above we've made. It's been on for almost 4 hours. Look, we're gonna hook this guy up. High frequencies. Step down module coming in. And here, we got green light. And 2 amps. solar dance with these guys. I gotta watch the wind. The solar dance. A good old solar dance. Building stuff for these guys. Soon, after I get all this cut out the way. These guys like this. Hopefully they don't blow away in the wind. The leaves off here. This guy's over here making power. I need to get stuff to it. So much things to do. Power, power. Doing 130 watts, 140. We've generated 77.7, 77.9. We've used 63.4. Nice. 16 ahead. I can use high frequencies as a helper. Or run my engine. I'm thinking about doing the HHOs. Freezer still on. Amazing. Everybody's humming along. 110. Using 200 watts. It's 4 volts. 15 amps. We're almost at 1786. We've done 78% of a kilowatt in 5 hours. This guy's used 2.28. 5 hours and 13 minutes. Everybody's all stable though. 3.5 amps. Plus the 13, 16. 0.31. Able to run this guy. Run other things and make it a closed loop system where this is getting fueled by this.
We should get the Bluetooth piece that goes to that collector because it does the graphs and everything for you.
That's what that other module on the side thing is.
Yes. It's just that that thing don't include it. You need to buy it separately. And it requires internet or Wi-Fi. It says it's a Bluetooth connector, but for it to get the data, I think it's Wi-Fi.
Okay.
But you'll be able to do all the calculation and see all in your screen. All of that you're doing in your head.
Just try not to waste the energy that you provide me. That's what frustrates things when it seems like
No, I feel like it's a matter of putting things together.
wasting the energy that you provide.
Man, I should call the Argentinian government. I feel like calling the internet company and asking them to shut down internet for my parents because they're going crazy now. They're looking at steel frame buildings. So all the like all the buildings that are coming up I'm like, what? And then suddenly Link says, oh, like, just shut them off. Like, turn the power off for a minute. Okay, I'm gonna make me a sink to do these dishes so I don't fucking fuck my back up anymore. Because I know what I'm doing right here when I gotta do my dishes. I got a sink right there and I got a board. What I gotta do is make a hole so the sink fits on the board. And I can just do my dishes like that. I should use the other saw, right? The one, not the one that is a circular, but the one that comes in like this. You know what I'm trying to do? I have one of those blue boards, blue pine, and I got a double sink. I'm trying to cut off in the middle to put the sink on it.
Yeah. Take the radial saw and you plunge cut, start your line, and then come with a the jigsaw.
But the jigsaw itself won't.
Not the jigsaw, the fucking sawzall.
The one that is like this. Yeah. But I wouldn't start it. You need to start it the hole to start coming with the circular.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the blade would just come.
Yeah, because it's sideways. It's not coming in the edge of it.
You gotta keep that held down and use those clamps to hold your piece.
Beautiful, yeah.
Otherwise, the radial saw is fine for that. You can watch your depth and say, mark out your line where your sink goes in, right? And do a cut through your board in one spot, but then bring your depth of your blade back up and just etch your line up and just go through with the sawzall and cut it up if you don't wish to use the radial saw to do it. So that at your corners or your edges, they're perfect.
Yeah.
And again, pay attention to the blade that you use so you don't rip the finish. And then cut. Inside of the wood isn't ripped apart. Or, like I was saying, you can plunge it and groove it with the blade and the hacksaws in there. And you take the hacksaw and finish it. I understand, like the power tools, I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is you take the radial saw and you cut to where all you got is that much of the wood left.
And then you finish it.
And the edge or whatnot. So your edges are perfect. Because you can cut all this in between. It's just your edges you have to watch. That's how I like power tools. Pay attention to how you use them. The proper way. Am my eyes beseeching me? It's 141. We got 0.877 of a kilowatt main since this morning.
Oh. Hot day, it's now, huh?
It's about to be 2 o'clock.
Yeah, 2 o'clock. So probably like a kilowatt.
Like I was talking about making the stands and so forth for them. Do such, clear it out, and get the paths over on that way, and then go on saying why it needed so much MC4 to do that cluster down there. Because as it comes up over,
We'll get that too.
it engage, and we could feed it into that, or just have it
Need
separate.
a full day, and not just still 4.
Let's see. But Remember before we're like, oh dude, we got like a third of a kilowatt me for like the day. And now we're almost at a full kilowatt. Plus what that thing used, what the freezer's using right now. Self-sufficient. That thing's been running for almost 6 hours now. With no motor. Ah! All solar. We'll be doing integrators. Permanent electric membranes. HHO. Motors. Combustion. Nothing but papers. Those beautiful liquid metal fuels. Nitrogen water crystals. Making sure she has all the energy she needs. Dominoes a kilowatt. And then eating me some dinner I didn't eat last night. Some toasters, some cocoa, a couple of bong hits. Take a nap. My wiring made it through. Now I can rest. No fire, nothing, you know. We got that fire. Self-sufficient. Alternative. Solar energy. ACE. Kinetic energy limiting electrostatic attraction. Kelia. Kinetic energy from the photons, and so forth. Hitting the cesiums. Crystals in the solar amorphous panel. Exoplasm. Check.
I've been dreaming about making like a cut in the middle of the board, you know? It's different.
That's what those hand things are for. Those clamps. And the way you got your stuff set up. I help you one thing. Hold on. Hold on. Always secure all your stuff. All four corners. You got 4 of these.
¿Cuatro?
That's a water. Beautiful piece of blue vine. Making herself a sink.
Sink. This is the preparation and kind of like the experience learning.
Just build up all this underneath with boards. Remember, sand and wax this.
Because then I'm gonna have to do the tiny house sink.
Oh,
This
wait,
is just my
yeah.
learning.
Where did you grab this board from?
It's not yours. I grabbed it from over there. It's not yours.
Damn. Any more that are like this that I had stacked together? If you could, save them. I was gonna build
The stand for the shop.
stands and stuff inside. Save this for me.
This one too?
No. It's done. I'm saying save this.
Yes.
The fiddleback and bird's eye. I really like that pattern. That's why I was sanding those over. Never mind.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry, baby. It's for you. Save that inner piece for me, though. Thank you. Epic, dude. I can't wait. What else you got here?
Coming through. One more line, making sure, measuring twice. Making sure the sink is gonna go through. No, Ramya, stop. You're gonna fall through because I'm making a hole. You see? You're gonna make it.
It'd be a nice backboard. Splashboard.
Oh, sí. Mira, this goes here. See, I measure the inside. This goes here.
Nice. Tiamo. Thank you. No. Sit. Alright, 9 degrees Fahrenheit. 18. Generated. Ooh, we made 1,012. A kilowatt. 1.012. 1,000 watts. Duplicate this, that's 2,000 watts. So, let's see, this is 1.6235. So we've done like 170, 165, 185 amps today. And this guy here is used 0.48. This guy's used almost half a kilowatt, 0.48 of a kilowatt. So half of the kilowatt that we made, it used, but we put half a kilowatt in. Over 8 hours and 33 minutes. So since 8 this morning, when we first turned it on, we made a kilowatt in 8 hours. I'll get this fine. So I'll get it fine tuned in. I'll get it ordered in 1,000 to 2,000, 3,000 watts. Kilowatts or 275 to 300 amps or better in the next couple of days. Construct some stuff and do the solar dance. Get the wires done better. The plasma mix done. Ready to go from 0.127 a day to 1,000 kilowatt in one day and power everything. And that's on one cell, one battery unit. We got 2 other units making stuff. You understand?
That's how it should be, dialed in and everything. That's the power we got.
See. That's why I haven't been asleep yet. Like I said, I'm not trying to make the energetics that you're doing to provide. Is I ain't got no job. All I can do is just do the stuff I'm doing and make it to where
You don't need no jobs. Yeah.
you have free energy and can do the stuff that you need to do without no gas or nothing. And live comfortable. And build the house that you want.
I'm stoked. I'm beyond happy.
And just do the wiring in. Like, I don't know where you want stuff at, so it's just been rough. Once that's finalized, it won't be in that area.
Yeah.
So forth. Oh, that. Hopefully they don't do copyright because of the radio, damn it.
Go 10. We got the space. I'm just squaring it out. Why did you put the cone there? Did you put that orange cone there?
Let's see.
Have you always done that?
No, I just put it there.
Oh, I'm glad. Like, I hope it wasn't there all day.
No.
Because I just noticed it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Hanging up some plasma wax. Okay, lights. So you can see. Hanging lights up for her. Epic.
oh, I don't know your address.
So that thing does beep every hour. The little beep it just did. I've been listening to it all day, sorry. That's fucking.
So it's 6 o'clock. Oh, I wasn't responding. Your mom was sending messages and I wasn't responding, and I said, Bonnie, don't take it personal. You know where I live. I don't have cell reception. And she said, I don't know where you live, something like that. And I said, and then I thought in my head, because I wanted to respond this. So basically, I said, it's been like 200 and something days. If you care to remember, I put it like that. I was like, it's been like 200 and something days. If you care to remember, we live in challenge, you know? And then after that, she went like super chill. And I was trying to think in my mind, like, I didn't want it to say, it's been like 500 days when it hasn't. So I was trying to think in my mind, if a year is 365 days, how long really we've been living here? And it don't really seem that much in days. Like if you think in months, it's like, well, it's been like 9 months or whatever. But when you think in days, it's like, it's been like 230 days. It don't really seem like that much. And your mom always pulls it, like she, and I said, Bonnie, we live in Challenge. And she's like, oh, I never been there. Yada, yada, yada. And I said, if you like to come, we would love to have you. Because I took a picture. And she said, well, it's going to be a while because I don't have no money. And I said, it's not about money. I'm not working now. If you like it, come get you. And we talked about it. I said, when the weather gets better, it's been fucking cold. My mom came like with the claws out. Like, chill. Be nice to me. I did. I was like, what do you mean nice? And she was like, I'm sorry. Because she was like, that first day, she was frustrated. Because It was the day we went to the dump, and so I had seen that because I don't know if your mom is not following me or whatnot. I don't know. When she sends me messages on Instagram, it goes to message request. It don't go to my full primary, and so I was looking at the request, because sometimes random people message us and go there. So I was looking at the request, and there was one from 6 days ago that your mom had sent me a link, and so I was like, "How you doing, Bonnie?" All I did was say, "Hi, how are you, Bonnie, doing today?" And it was the day of the dump, and she responded to me, but I was driving and didn't get I didn't get to respond. And I saw her message when I was when we parked the car in Marshall. That you were in the car. The cop drove over the curb. I saw the message there and I responded to her, but she had gotten she was good. She responded and then she started getting pissy because I didn't respond. And then she deleted the messages because she got pissy, and then she deleted them. So there was a whole bunch of deleted messages. And all I responded was Bonnie, don't take it personal. I don't have reception. I was driving. I don't have reception. And that's when she said, I don't know where you live. And I said, yeah, well, if you care to remember, because it's not the first time I said it, we live in Challenge. And that's when she said, oh, I never been there. And she was like, sorry, my frustration is not, she said, I'm sorry, my frustration is not with you. Something. And then she kept talking and she brought something up and we were talking, but I checked her a couple times because she comes out at me I'm like, dude, I ain't fucking married to you. I'm fucking chill, I even said, I said, Bonnie, all I did was ask how you doing today. She started talking about Lala and stuff. I'm like, Lala don't care to respond to me either. Can we get past that? Cause I'm like, she was sending me messages to you. And I'm like, I ain't your son. And I ain't gonna play the intermediate game. Can you be can you just talk to me and see me for who I am and not I ain't nobody else. I know you think I don't, you gotta talk to them. I would know if I could, I would, but I ain't, so I was like, and that's when I said, all I did was ask how you doing, Bonnie. And she was like, I thank you, Maria, I was genuinely asking how you doing, and she was like, I'm in pain. I was like, yeah, I see it. I scan you, I see it. And she started talking that she wanted to travel in the van or whatnot. And then today what was she saying? Oh, yeah, I sent her the picture. And she said, I'd like to come visit, but I'm not ready right now. She's like, I don't know how it's going to go with Ezekiel. We haven't been talking, so I would like to talk, to first build a relationship and talk. I don't just want to, she's like, I don't just want, we haven't talked in a while. I don't just want to go up and visit and kind of feel trapped. I want it to be, that's what she said. I want to, you can read it. And she said, I thank you for the offer and whatnot. And then sent me other links. She was saying that she was doing some Chilean, Peruvian shamanic something about a drop 11.8.
I see the top monitor is off.
See.
11 hours, 7:10 this morning. That monitor came on. 7 o'clock, 6:55. So 11 hours of minutes. Bluetooth oxygen, same thing.
Well, but for me to be able to get something from your mom, make a response and not just send it to her and she send it back to us, because it's fuck you, I'm talking to her, I'm not just gonna be like, hey, do you want this? And she'll be like, well, why would you send this if we're not talking, or whatnot? So I'm talking to her first.
It's less than 2 weeks to her birthday.
Yeah, we'll send it to her.
We won't, because you're talking to her first and doing all this other stuff first.
I'm like, right.
Don't.
I was saying that
don't.
you don't understand how your mom responded the first day, honey, that I like reached out to talk to her. She's like, why would you talk to me? Like when we were driving down, I had to text her because she was like, why would you talk to me? You don't ever care. I'm like, dude, like chill. You know, like I genuinely ask you how you're doing, you know? So I don't know what your experience is with your mom. I understand what you're saying, but if you're asking me to do something, I'm just feeling it. No, I'm just doing it in my way of doing it. Otherwise, you can get online and order it if that's all it needs to be done. I would like for her to receive it and fucking use it. So, for her to do that, it has to be in a climate of fucking receiving something, right?
Yeah, sure.
I might be overthinking it. Or whatever she wants to use it, because she said she wants to.
The lieutenant would answer by quoting others and getting all muddled up in matters historical, philosophical, and economic. This led to open discussions that went on for hours and hours. Moving silently in his slippers, almost invisible in his gray shirt, Senor Crispino would always join in at the right moment, offering some...
Epic, dude. So we made together 1.33 kilowatts, but today we made a third of a kilowatt already. We did a kilowatt yesterday. And the deep freezer used half a kilowatt, so we got 0.8 of a kilowatt. So the battery bank is halfway full. With this cloud cover, doing it. This guy's full. We are aced out. Alternative solar energy. We got all of our own power. Installing another meter on the solar side. I didn't like that other one.
Available at 819 Wall
That guy hooked up now.
in Chico. You can visit them online at satava.com, and their website is open 24/7, and they're shipping out orders daily. We're going to keep the music going now with Film School.
Kilowatt. I do it a little bit hotter, since you like a hotter shower. Getting things dialed in.
Is your flow of water good?
Yeah.
It's at 95 now. I keep seeing 97.
What? Yeah, if you want to, Maria. I don't know what you're doing. Babe? Getting this dialed in, we'll know exactly how much power is coming in and out. Read the map. So rates and so forth. Power going out. Power going in. We're almost at 0.6. We'll have a kilowatt generator today. This is for power inverters, showing how much power is being used. There's a little fan right here. Here's the 2 watts. And put them on. Turn it off. Turn it on. We know exactly how much power we're using. How much power being used. So on and so forth. Happiness. Live off grid. A little bit of power resources count. But yet, this is our extra batteries. Top of our extra batteries. So now we know what's coming off load side of there on the battery side. That's all. Jupiter. Everything dialed in. Power going in, power going out. We have done 0.7 of a kilowatt today. 1.7 kilowatts in 2 days in this one. Still in rough draft. Beautiful. I need to get a readout in here. Like these on this battery bank. The battery bank she's using. You do that. Okay, well.
A WHO team of investigators spent nearly a month in China tracing the origins
Doing
of the
what?
pandemic.
Talking to people that are puppets?
Last week, several news reports citing members of the WHO team say China was not fully transparent and refused to hand over raw patient data from early cases. In a statement, Sullivan said the Biden administration had deep concerns around the WHO's early findings, as well as questions about the process used to reach those findings. British Foreign Minister Dominic Raab told the BBC he shared concerns about the WHO's
Human
access
trial.
in China. China's embassy in Washington blasted the U.S. for leaving the WHO and then pointing fingers at WHO members who have been, quote, faithfully supporting the body. Beijing said the U.S. should invite the WHO to investigate the origins of the pandemic here. John Ruich, NPR News.
Asian markets are trading higher at this hour. The Nikkei in Japan up more than 1%. You're listening to 26. Royal Caribbean, the second largest cruise line, says crew members will be required to get COVID-19 vaccinations before returning to work. NPR's Greg Allen reports cruise lines currently are still banned from U.S. ports.
In an email to crew members, Royal Caribbean says it's still working out details, but that all employees
What vaccine you gonna get?
receive a COVID-19 vaccination
Which one works?
before boarding.
You gonna
The
pay
company
for it?
hasn't said yet whether it will require passengers also vaccinated. Royal Caribbean is the first major cruise line to make that announcement. Two smaller lines, American Queen Steamboat Company and Victory Cruise Lines, said recently...
You gonna raise my work and see me as a nurse or something? Because that's the only way you can see me is essential worker to force me to do some shit like that.
Ports are suspended. The CDC says cruises can resume only after companies have built labs on their ships to test passengers and comply with health and safety protocols that include conducting mock voyages. Greg Allen, NPR News, Miami.
It's been 3 years since a gunman opened fire at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, killing 17 students and staff. This morning, a wreath-laying ceremony was held. Tony Montalto, whose 14-year-old daughter was among the victims, was there. He says it's a very difficult day.
Each day, our family is it's not whole. And my wife and my son and myself are reminded of that, of a huge missing part of our lives.
Flags are flying at half-staff across the state to remember the Parkland shooting victims. Meanwhile, President Biden today called on Congress to enact what he calls common-sense gun law reforms, which include widespread background checks and a ban on assault weapons. This is NPR.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations.
Brainwash program. He ain't gonna get no vote from them people because they took them all in that room and brainwashed their ass when he first got elected. These are shit they use in the fucking sonic ways they use to fuck up people's brains in Cuba and Singapore.
But it must always be defended, end quote. So the question is, how will this all play out? We have two conversations about that to start the program today, and our first guest is Jason Stanley.
They use the quiche method.
Professor of philosophy at
You will do nothing.
Time now about the rise
But what I say.
fascism around the world.
But what I say.
We called him once again. Professor Stanley, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me on the show again.
So the bottom line is the impeachment trial is over, and former President Trump has been acquitted, even if, as we said, a bipartisan majority voted to convict. What is your response to that event?
My response is that it's a signal, worrisomely, to future politicians.
That is, we're going to dictatorship.
That they will receive support within the Republican Party.
And, as we mentioned, you've been sounding this alarm for some time now. I mean, last year...
Fascism and dictatorship is crime in America.
Fraud, and afterwards, when he did lose, insisting there was fraud when there's no evidence of that, you were very clear at the time that this goes beyond bad sportsmanship or bad manners or even being a sore loser. You specifically said this was fascist behavior. Why do you say that?
I said that because the open disdain for democracy, that is sort of the last phase of authoritarianism. The particular character of authoritarianism, I would call this, is fascism.
Dumbass fucking kids just going, hey, we want that! We don't want to be able to think and fucking have nothing different. We want somebody to tell us what to do.
Were black majority or cities such as Atlanta and Detroit, or cities with large black populations.
So, as we've seen now, all of this evidence was presented at trial. There was evidence presented that the former president has a long history of propensity of urging supporters to attack people who disagree with him. There was evidence presented that the Senate, in fact, in its entirety, that some of them really were in danger that day and could have been harmed or killed because the mob really has
But they didn't vote. They didn't say no. Deer in the headlights.
Do you understand the fact that all of these people were
It was about their own fucking life. Nobody else. No compassion was required.
I ain't doing nothing. Fuck it. Let it hit me.
Their own life. No, it's good.
Let me hit me.
What did Trump say when he gets out? This is just the beginning of a beautiful movement.
What we saw with the Republican Party is we saw.
That's why they said, oh man.
Everyone is talking about this. How could
They're still drinking the Kool-Aid.
lives were placed in danger by the rhetoric of the commander-in-chief?
We still can't say nothing.
Such fealty to him. That's because they've already compromised their positions. And this is how the cult of the leader works. This is why we've gone beyond the ordinary Republican Party and we can start talking about something like fascism. Because there's a cult of the leader where even those who follow are so enthralled to the leader. And they've made so many compromises already, these kinds of loyalty compromises of accepting the lie, that they've themselves become compromised, and so they have to go down with the leader.
So the question then is, what happens now? I mean, the fact is, a sufficient number of people, for whatever reason, either don't take issue with what happened at the Capitol or agree with what happened at the Capitol. And to the further point, agree with or don't take issue with or don't take sufficient issue with the manner in which the former president conducted himself. What now?
Make people trust government again. We've got a complete crisis here facing the nation with COVID. Let's have a vast economic relief program that is clearly going to the people. Let's address the incredible economic inequalities in our country that lead people all over the country in rural and urban areas to feel the government has betrayed them. When we do that, we won't eliminate the problem because a desire for a strong leader, a desire to follow, is part of human psychology. But we will reduce the number of people who will be followers of such a movement. If people feel the government is working for them, then the number of people who turn to those pseudo-solutions will decrease.
That was Jason Stanley. He's a professor of philosophy
Heating up some
and
plasma
the
wet.
author of the book How
Fill you
Fascism
guys up.
Works, The Politics
Hold
of
them
Us
so.
and Them. Professor Stanley, thank you so much for
Inches
joining
and
us.
lights.
Thank you so much for joining. Let's turn now to the implications for the Republican Party, where the cracks have become much more visible. A handful of Republicans, like Representative Liz Cheney of Wyoming and Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, and even Republican leader Mitch McConnell, condemned the former president for his role in the mob attack on the Capitol. But those who voted to hold him accountable swiftly faced repercussions from their state parties for doing so, even facing hastily drafted censure resolutions. We wanted to hear more about how this is playing out, so we've called Jeff Timmer because he's gone through this himself. He's a former executive director of the Michigan Republican Party. Now he's a senior advisor to the Lincoln Project. That's a Republican political action committee formed to oppose Trump's re-election. Mr. Timmer, thanks so much for joining us.
I'm glad to be here.
So I just want to start with impeachment, since that's obviously the focus of attention right now. What effect do you think this trial and the fact that the former president was acquitted will have on shaping the post-Trump Republican Party?
Well, I think it will set it off on the same trajectory it has been on for the last 4 years, and that is the post-White House Republican Party, the post-Trump White House Republican Party, will be as or more Trumpy than it was during his term in office.
You know, one of the reasons we called you is because you're based in Michigan, and of course in April, armed protesters crowded the Michigan State House with the intention, we later learned, of kidnapping the governor. And the lead impeachment manager, Representative Jamie Raskin, referred to that during the impeachment trial as, quote, effectively a state-level dress rehearsal for the siege of the U.S. Capitol, unquote. And I just wondered, when that
President
was all
said right there.
happening,
Our ex-president said there for the people that hang
I
it
did.
like.
I wrote columns about it back then. What I saw is that Michigan wasn't an offshoot of Trumpism, but was more of a harbinger of the violence and extremism that we saw this last year. The armed protests inside the Michigan Capitol last spring, there's a straight line from that to the violent plans to capture Governor Whitmer, and then straight line from that to the lies and misinformation about the election that led to January 6th. It was all a dress rehearsal. That was a perfect way to put it.
And it's not just that the tactics were similar, it's the response by political leadership. I mean, the New York Times recently reported that Michigan's Republican Party, which you used to run, has actually welcomed the support of some of these paramilitary groups, like the ones that intended to kidnap Governor Whitmer. And the current state party chair has been reported as saying the attack on the Capitol was a hoax. So one of the reasons I raise this is that we keep hearing from some people that privately the conversations they have are very different. But what I'm hearing you say is
What the
actually
fuck are they
that's not
smoking?
true.
Let me get some of that.
Sort of the center of gravity has
Hoax
shifted,
attack?
and that really is what people think.
Fake media, right?
You mentioned the leader of the Michigan Senate, a fellow by the name of Mike Shirkey, last year when the armed protesters took over Michigan's Capitol, there was pictures and video footage of him in the gallery, with no mask, yucking it up and having a good time with them. And then he's later admitted that he met with them afterward to give them advice on how to be more effective the next time. It's just incomprehensible to most of the people in Michigan.
Text us when you get to this door, man, and we'll let you know the code.
Now, I mean, you have said that you're no longer welcome in the Republican Party. I mean, would you want to be? I mean, what do you think needs to happen now?
American politics
Those people is
is
nuts.
dependent upon stable center-left and center-right coalitions. There have been periods where one or the other has gone through periods of downturn, and I think that this is one of those periods. There will be, in some ways, a stabilizing over time, but I think the Republican Party and the center-right
now constituted, is going to have some time in the wilderness. But in the last election, the standard bearer, the former president, lost. But Republicans expanded their numbers in the House. I mean, they did lose the Senate, but it's close. What does that tell you that Republicans actually did better? I mean, Democrats complain in part it's voter suppression, that they've made such a concerted effort to keep people from voting, that that's in part what contributes to the success that Republicans are having at the moment. Do you think that's true?
I think the notion that Republicans did better is somewhat of an illusion. When you look at what the Republicans held when Donald Trump was elected in 2016, I'll just use Michigan for an example. The Republicans held all the statewide offices, supermajorities in the congressional delegation and the legislature, and scores of county and local offices, and all of that is gone now. There are far, far fewer by factors of thousands of local Republican elected officials, and so the marginal gains that they experienced in the House this year were more of a function of Trump personality politics played out at the local level in a handful of races.
Celebrity deathmatch.
Is shrinking. A large tumor has been cut out by Trump being removed from the White House, but the cancer has metastasized, and you don't accommodate and learn to live with cancer. You either eradicate it or it kills the patient.
What Muppet wants to be underneath the head Muppet?
He was the executive director of the Michigan State Republican Party from 2005 to 2009. Now he's a strategist and advisor for the Lincoln Project. Mr. Timmer, thanks so much for your time. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, and have a wonderful afternoon.
5 years ago. And the first pictures
Bo
of
is
Mars
back.
are back from the United Arab Emirates space probe, showing the planet's north pole and largest volcano as the sun rises. The UAE is the first Arab nation and the fifth country to reach Earth's neighbor. NASA's rover Perseverance is due to land on Mars Thursday. I'm Janine Herbst, NPR News.
Bo is back. Supposedly said they squashed it. Who and Quiche Space Fighters program. All of them coming
Support
back.
for NPR comes from this station and from Merrill.
Seems like
Merrill
everybody's
Edge
tests
self-directed
aren't showing
investing
positive
has tools
correctly.
that help clients find out from it. And here we're going to focus on the impact
put it
on
outside
women.
on
To put it bluntly, it has been devastating. More than 2 million women left the labor force in 2020. Women are now at the lowest workforce participation level since 1988. Job losses in female-dominated
just
industries
passed
like
this.
hospitality have forced many women out of work, and others
The
faced
first
with
time
difficulty of
in a
balancing
non-war
childcare with paid work
time
have quit.
effort.
And it has now become clear that Black and Latina women have been especially hard hit. They now face far higher unemployment rates than white women. We wanted to talk more about what the long-term impact of these trends could be and what might make a difference. So we've called a name you know well here at NPR, Hannah Rosen.
Destruction of the minority poor. Equity.
Of the book The End of Men and the Rise of Women. She recently wrote a piece for New York Magazine where she is now editorial director for audio called The End of Men, where she points out where her thesis fell short. Hannah Rosen, welcome back. It's good to hear from you.
It's great to be here.
Also with us are Jamila Michener, Associate Professor of Government at Cornell University, and
Let's
Margaret
do it like
Brower,
those guys so you
PhD
can see
candidate
how
at the
much
University of
flowers coming
Chicago.
out.
They recently co-authored an article in the Washington Post arguing that policies designed for all women don't necessarily help Latina and Black women, and they are both with us now as well. Welcome,
Kilowatt
Professor
meter
Michener.
is off and
Glad
on.
to be here. And welcome, Margaret Brower.
Thank you. I'm also happy to be here.
So, Hannah Rosen, I'm going to start with you and with how we got here. And we've talked a lot about how sectors dominated by women have been particularly hard hit. But is there more than that? I mean, I'm thinking of a line in your piece where you say it's now painfully obvious that the mass entry of women into the workforce was rigged from the beginning. As briefly as you can, what did you mean by that?
We should have known it was coming. We basically set women up for failure. The mass entry of women into the workforce was not accompanied by some obvious things like help in childcare or help in balancing all these things that have fallen on women to balance without much cultural change or structural change. So it's almost like we were doing this high wire act, and you know, when I went back and read my book, The End of Men, like it was so optimistic and cheerful, but also so precarious, and like we can't do it without any help, without any change in policy, without any change in a culture's understanding of who is responsible for all of the caretaking.
And Black and Latina women have been disproportionately affected in a negative way. And Margaret Brower, I'm going to ask you, why is that?
I would say that the biggest reason is because they are concentrated in the industries of hospitality and services. But it's not just that these industries are laying off Black and Latina women. There haven't been important safety nets in these industries for workers. And so when Black and Latina women are concentrated in them, they don't have access to things like paid sick time or health insurance or flexible work schedules. So it's not just that they're getting laid off. It's also because COVID presents a set of difficulties that these jobs don't provide a good safeguard against.
Let's stay on the policy questions for a second. I was just fascinated by your research on how policies, however well intended, don't cut the same way for everybody. For example, you say that minimum wage increases just do not help Black and Latina women as much as white women. For example, whereas health care and housing support or student loan debt relief would be more helpful. Like, why doesn't these so-called race-neutral policies, because that was clearly kind of part of the strategy of the Obama administration, for example. If they're intended to help the working class, they'll naturally help the most affected or most marginalized groups more. And you're saying that's just not true. So could each of you maybe just pick one thing to focus on and explain why it isn't necessarily as helpful and what might be better? Maybe, Ms. Brower, you want to start?
Sure. And I think it's important to, we want to contextualize, I'll start with minimum wage, that we're not saying that minimum wage is not necessarily important for Black and Latina women, but we have to think about why they might not be benefiting from some of these policies at the state level due to how these policies are getting implemented. Like, for example, if Black and Latina women are concentrated in industries such as the service and hospitality industries, which rely on a sub-minimum wage, which requires cash tips, well, that's an extremely unreliable income. So during a pandemic, income from cash tips is going to be a rarity.
Yeah, I'll jump in here and say that it's absolutely true. A comprehensive perspective here is key. And what we know even prior to this pandemic is that we were facing an eviction crisis before the pandemic, and it was accelerated and exacerbated by the pandemic. And what we also knew prior to the pandemic was that that crisis disproportionately fell on the shoulders of specifically Black women. We absolutely need to take action when it comes to housing, whether it's thinking about how we're going to deal with the debt that women are racking up as they navigate this pandemic, in relation to their landlords and to their housing, what to do about evictions. Investing in those kinds of policies will absolutely help everyone, right? It will help white women, it will help white men, it will help Black men, but will disproportionately help Black women because their suffering is disproportionate. And so that's one policy arena where I think that there is rife with opportunities for having racially
Looking up more shouts, readouts. One for the lights, so I know exactly what they're using off of the other battery bank. And then one of these on that so that I know what the AC output is off that battery. Not just amps coming off as it reads, you know?
And stay at home. I gotta tell you that, over the course of this whole experience here, we've been checking in with a number of women, and in each case who've made the decision to quit, in each case I've not found one where the husband even considered quitting. But could that pressure cut both ways though? I mean, could it be that women would feel less stigmatized if they quit because of childcare, and that it wasn't that men want to feel like, I'd be better at this, but I will face such a stigma in getting back into the labor force that, could it be that?
Yes, it is that. Men do, that is absolutely fair. Men absolutely do face more stigma, both, I think, culturally and economically. There's lots of research that shows that men are punished more severely when they do things that are considered traditional maternal caretaking. So this is like a big, big job that we have to do as a culture, but also like listening to all of us talk and talk calmly about what needs to be done. It does like, it like a little anger rises in me. It all seems so obvious. Like women have been in the workforce for, 40 some years, the entrance of women into the workforce in mass numbers, so that women are now about half of the American workforce, and we kind of like closed our eyes and pretended it wasn't happening. I mean, about a quarter of women are single mothers. Like, how do we think it's all going to hold together? We're just pretending it's not true,
lives have changed so much and our policies around work have changed so little.
And that's why the stagnation of male wages have depleted the household income, but yet the increase in the female wages has brought such equity to the American population. And why they say this pandemic is going to cause such an issue across the world. Deprivation of economic equality with all the mothers and wives.
If we know that this is true, I take your point that, you know, these policies would help everybody, but if part of the push for prioritizing certain policies is that they
Men are just getting replaced by robots.
Have that conversation without stoking exactly the kind of backlash that we have seen when it wasn't even asserted publicly, even though we all know it's true.
We might not say the quiet part about race out loud, but everybody already knows it. And so instead of trying to de-racialize, and I think unsuccessfully often, in many ways as tricky as it is politically, I think you lean into this fact and you build power based on it. You build coalitions around the goal of racial equity. We saw in 2020 how you can build power, you can build support, you can build movements around people who are willing to stand for racial equity, right? And when you do that, you can get policies that help everyone. So we still get that goal of helping everyone. But we don't have to leave behind people of color as a sacrifice in order to pretend that we're de-racializing our politics.
That was Jamila Michener, an associate professor of government at Cornell University. We also heard from Margaret Brower, a PhD candidate at the University of Chicago, and journalist Hannah Rosen, author of The End of Men and the Rise of Women. Thank you all so much for talking with us. As I said, we've only just scratched the surface. It's an important conversation. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks. President Joe Biden says he is reversing the barriers to immigration the Trump administration imposed on several majority Muslim countries. And the White House is reviewing just how to undo those complex restrictions. Among those most often rejected for visas in the last 3 years are Iranians, according to State Department figures. That has disrupted life for them, and in some cases, relatives already in the U.S. NPR's Peter Kenyon has this report.
One impact of the Trump travel ban was to divide families. Ellie, a 34-year-old Iranian with a green card, lives in the States. Like all the Iranians interviewed for this story, she asked that her family name not be used for fear of retaliation if she returns to Iran. Ellie says of all the issues she faced moving to the U.S., the travel ban was the worst.
The travel ban, actually the Muslim ban, I don't know, or Trump ban, anything you name it, affect us very widely, and it has a direct effect in our life.
In the spring of 2018, Ellie says she applied for a visa for her husband so he could join her in the U.S. They filled out the forms, paid the fees, and waited. And waited. A backlog of cases and the pandemic were contributing factors, but she says that didn't make it any easier.
We are waiting for his interview like almost 1 year, and it's really a hard time for us.
I heard a similar story from Madis, who's also separated from her husband. She herself was born in Iowa and raised in America, but she met her Iranian husband while visiting relatives in Iran. Madis makes a living in the U.S. teaching English as a second language. She says her students can't believe it when they hear their teacher can't be with her husband, who's stuck in Iran.
We thought that after President Biden is elected, then everything is going to be okay, but unfortunately, it seems not. I voted for him because he said that he's going to be different from the previous president, but he's not.
What's frustrating, she says, is there have been no requests for additional information and no response when she tries to find out what the holdup is.
What do you guys need to check? Like, you've been checking his background check for 3 years, and they know everything.
One thing they know is that Madis's husband did his compulsory military service in Iran's elite Revolutionary Guard.
Which blocks them from being able to
She
come.
says his service consisted of playing in the military band. She worries that it's counting against him. Even people exempt from the travel ban, like 22-year-old student Marjan, felt its effects. Marjan already had a student visa when the travel ban took effect and was able to pursue her PhD in New York. But then she attended a workshop in India in 2019, and when she tried to return to New York, she was given a new form to fill out, one she hadn't seen before.
The form was the extreme vetting form, which I did fill out, and I
some people just give up.
I mean, a lot of people went through arbitrary processes like this, and some people actually they lose hope and they go back and they do not apply again because it is really traumatic.
She still hopes things will get better. She needs to renew her visa to stay in the U.S., but she's learning to live with uncertainty as the Biden administration undertakes a large-scale review of the immigration measures imposed by Trump. Your opinion, NPR News is done.
Coming up tomorrow, a morning edition. A new study finds many drug rehab clinics are using aggressive sales techniques and price gouging patients, all while providing substandard care. Listen for more on that tomorrow morning. You can ask your smart speaker to play NPR or your station by name. You're listening to NPR News. Sensitive question here. Have you ever felt like you are a fraud? That everybody in your class or at your job are all somehow smarter, sharper, more in tune than you? That is called the imposter phenomenon. For NPR's Life Kit, reporter Diana Opong looks at the factors that contribute to this feeling.
Before you can work through feeling like an imposter, you have to be able to identify it. And that right there is tip number one.
One of the most validating things to do is to name it, because so many times, especially for people of color, women of color, like we're gaslighted, dismissed, ignored when we bring up these things.
That was Dr. Andrea Salazar Nunez. She's a staff psychologist at the University of Washington Counseling Center. Now that we've named this feeling, let's examine where it came from and exactly what it means to feel like an imposter.
The imposter phenomenon is a feeling by many high-achieving people that they're not as intelligent, as creative, as able as other people think they are. And they live in a constant fear that somebody's going to find that out.
The voice you just heard was Dr. Suzanne Imes. She's currently a practicing therapist in Atlanta, Georgia. Dr. Imes actually coined the term imposter phenomenon, since it's not a syndrome in the medical sense. What we see, hear, and read can intensify this phenomenon, especially for people of color.
If you're in a context where you're in a minority, you're more likely to feel like an imposter.
For tip number two, it's important to acknowledge the societal impact that influences this feeling. Dr. Salazar Nunez explains why we should consider cultural context when it comes to the imposter phenomenon.
Part of the work that I do is putting things into context, historical context, because that brings a great awareness of where everything fits, right? So what may feel hysterical when you put it in context, it may look more historical.
You've named it, and you are taking into consideration how various societal systems can amplify this feeling. But now what? Well, this is a good time to move on to tip number three, taking stock of your true talents. A technique that Dr. Imes uses with her clients involves making a list with 3 columns.
And in the first column, I'm not so good at. In the second column, I'm medium good at. And the third column, I'm very good at. And you write all the things you can think of.
Dr. Imes often shares her own worksheet with her patients. Directions, she's not too good with, but
I also like to tell them I'm very good at ping pong.
one thing I wanted to know is if this feeling will ever go away. Can I be cured of this?
Do you ever get over it? Are you ever cured? No.
Okay, not exactly the answer I was hoping to hear, but it's not all bad news. Dr. Imes says the imposter phenomenon will start to wane as you get older.
When I was younger, I had to achieve. I have 3 master's degrees and a doctorate. That is ridiculous. But I'm 76 years old, and I still love being a psychologist and a therapist. Well, okay, I know how to do this, so I have to do it, or I should do it. No, I don't have those shoulds the way I used to.
Getting older has never looked so good. For NPR News, I'm Diana Opong.
To hear the full episode and more tips, head to npr.org/lifekit. This is NPR News.
I'm Maria Hinojosa. Next time on Latino USA, a story nearly 3 decades in the making. I meet Suave in 1993. He was sentenced to life in prison, but then everything changes. That's next time on Latino USA.
Coming up at 6 o'clock this evening on Cap Radio, 90.9 Sacramento, streaming at capradio.org, on your smart speaker and on the Cap Radio app. I'm Carmen Shantz. Insight is available online at capradio.org, on the Cap Radio app, and anywhere podcasts are available. Support for the Insight podcast comes from the University of San Francisco's Sacramento campus. And stay with us as we continue with All Things Considered. For a full schedule of Sunday and all week programming, you can check it out at capradio.org. I'm Janine Herbst with these headlines. House impeachment managers say they have no regrets over their decision not to call witnesses in former President Donald Trump's impeachment trial, arguing it would have prolonged the trial and probably wouldn't have convinced Republicans of Trump's guilt. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is facing growing criticism for his handling of COVID-19 related deaths in nursing homes. A top aide to the governor has apologized for failing to disclose accurate data about those deaths. Officials found nearly 13,000 nursing home residents died. That's about twice what the Cuomo administration initially reported. And Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are expecting their second child. They have a son, Archie, born in 2018. I'm Janine Herbst, NPR News. Support for NPR comes from this station and from Rock Auto, an online auto parts store with everything from complex electrical parts for modern daily drivers to new brake shoes for old favorites. More at rockauto.com. From the Wallace Foundation, working to develop and share practices that can improve learning and enrichment for young people and the vitality of the arts for everyone. Ideas and information at wallacefoundation.org. And from the listeners who support this NPR station.
This is All Things Considered from NPR News. I'm Michelle Martin. We want to take a few minutes now to focus on the subject of court reform. President Biden is expected to create a commission soon to consider possible reforms to the Supreme Court and other federal courts. Biden promised to do that as a candidate. But there's another reason the subject is near the top of the president's agenda. More than a third of all federal appeals court judges are eligible for retirement or to transition to senior status. Either way, that opens up vacancies that President Biden can fill. And that's an opportunity for Democrats to try and undo one of President Trump and Republicans' most far-reaching accomplishments, the appointment of judges at a record pace during Trump's one term in office, and in doing so, reshaping the federal judiciary. We called Dahlia Lipwick to talk about all this. She writes about the federal courts and the law for Slate. She also hosts the legal podcast Amicus, and she is with us now. Dahlia Lipwick, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Michelle.
Could you just start by setting the table? Give us a number or two. What has been President Trump's impact on the courts? Of course, aided by the former Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell.
I think the word is juggernaut. He seated 234 judges on the federal courts, including 3 Supreme Court justices. He beat out records in 4 years of the presidents who came before him in 8 years. So it was truly, I think, the lasting legacy that they were mashing judges onto the federal courts, even in the lame duck period.
And as we mentioned, President Biden could have the opportunity to appoint a third of federal judges at the Court of Appeals level. That's the level needed in the Supreme Court. What is the administration and the Democrats doing to move on this?
Well, I think that
We can see what these guys are using on the battery.
taking in the Biden era is that this was a mistake of the Obama era. That President Obama, when he first was elected, kind of backburnered the federal judiciary.
from getting nominees onto the bench. What he left to Donald Trump was this gift, right, of all these empty seats, which Trump promptly filled, and then more. And so I think what Biden has done is said, whatever I do, whatever else is urgent, including COVID relief, including financial relief and economic relief, judges need to be on the front burner. And here, I think it matters that Ron Klain, his chief of staff, has been doing this judicial work for a long time.
Well, to that end, talking about sort of the mechanics of the thing, President Trump filled judicial vacancies with a lot of help from the Federalist Society. In fact, he said he was going to do this, and he did do that. And they provided Trump with lists of conservative judges to appoint. So is there a Democratic
Change the nation,
Federalist Society?
world.
Are there other groups that the Biden administration is relying on to help fill that role?
I think that the Biden administration takes great pride in the fact that there isn't one singular group to contract out to. I think the American Constitution Society, which styles itself as the analog to the Federalist Society, is absolutely in the game now, but I think they would be the first to tell you that no one group they would suggest would appropriately be kind of dominating the field here.
And do we have a sense of what President Biden's vision is for the federal courts?
I think what you're going to see is a callback now to the Obama vision of the judiciary that was less tagged to any one ideological worldview, any one resume, any one law review article that purported to speak about, say, executive power or abortion or LGBTQ rights. What you're going to see...
So, before I reset this guy, I've done 146 amps and used 117.
We're 29 amps over what we've used. 117 to 149. I'm about to reset it. The reader in there reads 11.9, so it's a 0.5 difference. Is here the battery bank? It's 12.4.
Hook this shut up. Coming off the load from here, so I can read it. I have this battery, 175 amp hour, being fed from the solar, but yet from the load, I have it feeding this. I'm going to switch it out to a solar, but this is coming off of here. Let's see how much kilowatt meter reads.
Kilowatt meter says we've used almost a half a kilowatt in 55 hours. Half a kilowatt in 55 hours.
No one. That's not that. I'm smoking dope, huh, buddy? Oh, let's use this wire. Fuck it. you gotta be good still on the record. Otherwise they go, whoa, I'll block you because you fucking... You're selling drugs, you're a gang member, you stabbed this person, you did this. I can't let you out.
Most juveniles serving life without parole were convicted of homicide or violent crimes. How would people respond to them being released back in the community?
Because the Republicans or whoever use that as motherfucking... Say, look at the 5 that happened that were released in New York. They raped that girl. What? You don't got no family. That no one. Just there. Let's search it better. For some reason, that module's not coming on when I have it hooked like that. I'm gonna have to test it on a battery. Put the little motorcycle battery in between it so I can see. I don't know, for some reason it's not reading them. So we can see the energy flow. I'll have to try it with a little motorcycle battery hooked to there and add the power to that and see if it shows it. Until then. I'm doing up there right now.
Now a precedent. 4 men who've been given mandatory life sentences as kids have had their cases dismissed, and they've been resentenced and released on parole. But there was no guarantee this would happen for Suave. The Supreme Court ruling didn't say life sentences weren't okay. It just said if a life sentence was the mandatory sentence when it was handed down to you as a kid, then your sentence needed a second look. Suave could still be evaluated by the judge and resentenced to life again. But he needed a court date to know, and months were passing, and he was watching other juvenile makers get released. A happy day for Haywood. Red dog for now. A North Philadelphia man is free today after spending nearly 50 years behind bars for his part in a crime he committed as a teenager. Okay, here we go. And so 2016 turns into 2017. Suave. What do you think is behind the reason why they're not getting to your case? Okay, wait a second. Are you saying
You've done too good.
that you're having to stay in longer
So make sure your shit ain't fake.
because of the fact that you've done so many good things in your
They've never seen it before.
and they have to make sure it's true, so your file is bigger, and that's why it's taking longer? Oh my God, this is what? Thank you for using Security. Wow.
That's the shit they do.
The anxiety of what was to come went on and on.
They're waiting for somebody to fucking cluck you off. You know what I'm saying? They'll fucking program somebody to torpedo and try to sink your battleship.
It's May 8th, right? So it's Tuesday, June 6th. Hi, Suave. So what happened? You were gonna call me this morning. So it's Tuesday. It's
battery. I'm thinking of calling you through the fucking food slot door and the door in the cell.
It's like totally not a normal day for you in prison after 30 years. Today is... Okay, I'm just taking a deep breath. What do you mean?
But it was. You finally had one, the psychic visualization.
And there you have it. Another phone call, another conversation, cut off in the middle. Okay.
So right before Suave's hearing, you get an unexpected phone call from him.
Okay, Suave? Okay. The only hesitation that you hear in my voice, it raises a couple of issues for us because that's never happened to me in my life, in my career, and I'm happy to do it. But I need to make sure that my team is also okay with it because it's not something that journalists normally do.
And part of her struggle, Maria realized she needed to know something.
Can you tell me your victim's name and how old he was? Oh my God. Holy. Wow.
What happened?
He killed him.
His grandpa had a barber shop.
Coming up on Latino USA,
And somebody had killed his grandpa, I
out of
guess.
prison for the first time
Thought the
to
kid
his
did it.
resentencing hearing, and finally find out if he'll get
They
another shot
haven't
at
really
freedom.
like talked about
Stay
his
with us,
crime.
no te
She
vayas.
said that she doesn't like part of getting close to him was
This
not
week on the
talking
show,
about it.
it's not drinks.
Like she only knew that there was just two minors and a victim. Like one.
30 years? Talking to somebody, lady, you didn't think...
He killed a 13-year-old.
You didn't think... You couldn't have thought the motherfucker could have been a child molester or some weirdo shit?
No, like she basically knew. All she knew was that somebody got killed. He was convicted. There was two minors. And basically, the case of Suave is being reviewed because he was 17 and the kids have not been convicted as adult. That's what I'm getting from it.
By the way, for those who like to acknowledge it, happy Valentine's.
But they changed that law. I mean, shit, now kids just... I just was in jail with this little kid that was 18 years old. The boy just got done doing like fucking 6-7 years. A little black kid that had a tattoos all over his face. 18. He's 18.
This is Cap Radio.
He's going away to fucking the Zilla kid. Learning about the Zillas. All the fucking thing. We're all in the H-tank. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing here? Because you're a baby. You know what tank I was in. There's people going away because fucking you done fucked up, something fucked up. That's how you the section, honey. Point system and shit. Little boy was talking about. Oh my God. All he is fucking evil. He's covered in tattoos like the fucking. You know, people with this goddamn shit to ward off evil. The immigrant they locked up with. You see that shit. It was fucking gang shit. Juvenile hall, TY. Oh, motherfucking land. They still fucking lock kids up for that, for children as a super predator shit.
Suave initially doesn't want to do this. He knows lifetime parole means any mistake could land him back in prison. But in the end, he decides to accept a deal to get out. The judge just has to agree.
Nigga, just being motherfucking colored in this country is just that. Every day you wake up, bro, you gotta really, like, make it to where this happens in your life. And even this is fucking shit can happen. When you manifest it, you know? It's all up to you. If you can flip out and run over to where somebody's shooting a gun or some other shit, because you're fucking annoyed because PTSD or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? Or some other shit. Otherwise, it's like, otherwise you can find this with noise, seeing people stabbed and other shit like that while you're in prison. You find peace in everything. But it's the mind state. See? That reaction. Is it worth your freedom? So what do you consider freedom? What is the freedom? And what do you wish to give them? But that's what any incarceration though, buddy. You don't gotta get life sentence. You did 30 years, and imagine if you didn't do the 30 years straight. You could have done the 30 years accumulatively. Just doing in and out, in and out. And not have the knowledge that you have. And not made the choice, and be sober in the work that you've done yourself. And listening to Nas and Damian Marley and being fucking chill. You just be straight gang membered out. Mm-hmm.
Well, wait, I can listen to that song. He said, I have an MP3 player, which I didn't know. And I said, we'll listen to it.
What happened was his mom had so many kids, she was super busy. He was basically, when they tested him before he went in prison, the guy didn't know how to write his name. He was cut off, like cut off from cultural exposure. He had never been like, he didn't know how to behave like, in society. And something happened and he snapped.
And you just got let as torpedo. People see your mind is a little bit low. Easier.
He was like slightly retarded, they called him. But it was like he was not educated.
And people use them. Call them torpedoes. Give you something to do.
What do you think about that? Hopefully be a little higher. And I'll put it in the park that go outside.
You just gotta do the piping system and so forth.
Yeah, I'm gonna spray water tank and then we can get water from the same system of the shower. Just do this in.
Cut the stumps down in the back. In that tree that has the line to it. That's the farthest and closest to the road here. And you'll be able to bring a vehicle in. Otherwise, bring a trailer in. Otherwise, be able to drive through and put a trailer right there. If not, once that is there, it'll block where you can't just drive through unless we do it a little different way. But you would be able to put the trailer right here. Casey moving or another tractor or whatnot. But cable across the trees with a winch or one of those, not the winch, the lift thing from Harbor Freight with 2 aircraft cables come across into the trees, and you can bring and put the water tank right there. Put the water tank and or move it and or bring and refill the water tank by bringing up a full one from down on the bottom until we get the plumbing and water system going this way. And have it hooked to a shower wall pump, like I was saying. And that system that you've seen at the thing where it would be pressurized, you have 5-gallon expansion tank with 15 or 20 gallon hot water tank where you run and you store your 15 gallons of hot water. You understand? And you buy some solar collectors now and get it to where we have them. So when all those components come together, we can place them. Right now, solar collectors climb this tree, place them, do the piping down, and expansion tank. If not, water pump. We have the 9 amp transfer pump. If not, that diaphragm pump would pump that through to where as the sun came up, if you had, what we can do is recycle the 40 gallons. Since the way that it's set up, you can set it on the side, do a thing where it's not seen. We can glue and reseal it. The 40 gallon would fill that or be used as a recirculatory because we probably need 60 gallons. But you can use that as storage, the RV, the ideal 40 gallon thing. Put it over here. Use that as your cold water and recirculation so you don't burn yourself. If you have 40 gallons of cold water. And you put the solar collector in the tree. Once the sun comes up, or it starts coming up as you see, like right now you'd have hot ass water. And you do a 15 gallon or a 20 gallon water heater that we do in a box right here on a platform with concrete. Either we make a platform concrete platform for it flat, or we buy those brick things and we do a flat thing and get some wood, make a case for it around, since we have these panels. Do an enclosure for it. And as the sun is up, you got 11 hours of straight fucking hot water blasting within 15 gallons, depending on what units you get. If you get those ones that I've sent to you, 4 of those within an hour to a gallon. So yeah, by the end of the day you'd have 20 gallons super hot ass water where you just keep recycling it, have it expand over onto its side, up in the tree. And just pull the water out of the fucking hot water tank. If you wish to use a shower or whatnot. Use it preheated to go through your propane tank at night or in the wintertime. Otherwise, summertime it should stay hot unless you're taking a shower at fucking midnight or something. Spirit was making something the other day.
Eventually, and reaching and taking up. We take this part out, this funnels out, and that'll be a deck, the deck will go way out. You know, some people like to have the tiny house part where the opening, you know, the reverse to how the lady has it. So you know how she has it.
So the opening's this way.
Yeah.
Like I was stating. That's the way it was gonna be. That's the way it's gonna be.
Yeah. because I want this wall to go, this little section right there.
That's the way it's supposed to be.
There's gonna be deck, and it's gonna connect. All of this is gonna be filled in, and it's gonna connect with that, so we can open the door of the house and we walk out to that deck.
Yeah, that's why that was expanded and that's double, because that's supposed to be an entrance.
Yeah. Because I think they work the best flow, because even though you won't be able to get in like straight, like walking from right there, walking straight in, but I think they'll have the best flow at night and whatnot. Like for us, we can just
With the cottonwoods removed and it being a walk path going in that way.
Yeah, but I'm saying you can still get in, but it won't be like just a door like this. But I like it.
It would be the same as the ideal, because you'd have to walk all the way over there, and where your head is where the door was.
Yeah, I like that. And I like that it's different to the idea is real incorporated to this, so the flow will be like you can still walk in here and go to the tiny house and get in. And eventually we'll just make it bigger, like I'll just feel a bigger space overall.
Because then what you do, like I was talking about with doing the suspension, is we come in with the metal. And what would be a covered area right here to chill would be a secondary level to sit that's netted off. Yeah. Or done like this, where you can sit and chill.
Yeah.
And come out and have access from here or there. Or you can either walk out and get up, or from inside go up to it.
Yeah.
And we do our levels.
Yeah. And then rain or snow, we can just like, walk on this one that will take you, like the first level will be the deck. So we first deck it out, where then we raise up and then
it would be the size of this, but going that way. Up over, it would be incorporating that guy. This would be open, except to about where the chimney is, because I don't want to block the sunlight, that kind of thing. And sitting down where you had your little bench thing. Do you remember the light that came right there? I don't want to block that. I want to put flowers and all that kind of stuff. I wish to do this as we'd be chilling like this right there. That would be the second floor to the house, the back part. Remember, we're going to do this 3 stories, and then 4 or 5 was going to be in the trees. We're going to go like this, go that way, so that the roof of this would have food on it. Because we would do the roof differently, where we do water reclamation in a garden, which we would have on this way. It would be a deck. It would be, say, sitting this way if we wish to, over on this area, across the top of this tiny house, if you understand. So this would be a side room off of that, but yet one coming this way. And we do the roofs where they're like this, but yet we do this roof coming this way like such, and this roof going like such, so that they're angled into each other. And we can collect all the water and so forth, but we do the roofs out of a different type of material so we can take the water. And we have it run into catch basements for our utility water and for our gardens that are being on top of the roofs, but also attached, because we're going to utilize all that light that comes right there. But yet we're going to have this up off the ground and have that food underneath. Stuff that doesn't need such strong light. And this stuff this stuff will have strong light and semi-strong light that will be here, because all this is going to be cut away. Because I wish to use this to block this down here for chilling in the summertime, because you're not going to want to be up top when it's hot and heat hitting you with the sun, because I know we're going to be replicating this. This is going to be hot. I wish to use this as a type of, like, if we articulate it right, then say we can put the blinds down up on top, and as the sun comes this way, it would block and give like shading down here, because I wish not to block with the flooring any of the lighting down here or visual, but yet the top part, like a crystal face, if we put the shades down up on top, Like we'd be sitting like this, and it would, if I'm sitting here and it's starting to like get hot in here or something, like or on my face, I can do like this, and over on that side, on the side where the logs are, this would come down and it would block this lighting and cool this off, but yet save this heat to where, say it's cold down here, because I just heard on the fucking news, like, Texas is getting minus 20 below fucking wind shit. Shit that was supposed to hit us got torted down that way. That's all I was saying. I'd listened to the news and I was like, we're supposed to be getting some fucked up ass weather right now, but Texas and the mid-plains and all that dude's getting hit with fucking minus 20, minus 15 degrees fucking shit. And I'm like, damn. And my brothers are being told, put your thermostat at 68 degrees or below so that, because we might lose power. And we don't want to lose power by people turning their shit too high. Because, you know, they got electric thermostats, you know, electric heaters. So as California does that, you know what I'm saying? So, as I was talking about, we put those blinds down, that would put heat inside there. So we're radiant heat, all the other stuff that we're doing is we just heat that off. Stuff would be connected. We could blow the air down this way if we wish to keep this warm and or whatnot, because as I was stating, as we built the house up, I wanted to keep the sloof to where it heated stuff. So like if we made a fire down here, then it would heat other parts and so forth. Just like with that, its exhaust would heat the chambers above it and so forth, so we're not burning so much stuff. But then also if we're burning something down here, that's going through, but then we have the radiant things on it along with the radiators blowing the heat and so forth, like maximizing our energy flow so that people look at us or whatnot in the future as they're fucking making all these laws and so forth. We can say, hey, look, this is what we've been doing for years, dude. This is how we started. This is what, so on and so forth. You motherfuckers want a green building. Like, you can't get no greener. Our shit's turning into this. This is making this. Or fucking biocell mass little thing that I was showing you the other day. You get one of those packs and you throw it in that thing. And you make another box next to it. If a little fucking thing makes 1.6 volts, you make one that's that big. You scale it up to where it's a 6-volt battery. You understand what I'm saying? Off the bioorganics. And you light stuff. You give power and so forth. And you scale that up to where years of doing such that is making more than what that little packet started at, because they only send you a little thing that's this big. You know what I'm saying? So you have a big ass battery bank like that, and so forth. State, hey, fuck you, I'm doing this, da 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 da, along with our poop turning, lighting, da 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 da, all these things. They're not going to be the permit. It's like, well, how do you come up with this stuff? Well, here's the fucking way that we do it. It's all going to be all nice and clean looking. Y'all looking for a remedy? This is what we got. It's that trash, motherfucker. Where are you guys scolding this? Life. Life. This is all we got. Life. So I'm paranoid. I don't look on Alexa or Google or anything to look this shit up how to do it. So I want you motherfuckers knowing what the fuck I'm doing. Fucking people, you can listen to me. But, fuck you. That's lazy. I gotta go through the wire, actually. You just wanted fucking bring that. Alright, yeah. Long part goes to the battery. And you go to company. I had, we bought 2 of those things. There's 2 of those buttons. But there was the other one that was actually a screw. It was on ready for the green, and it was in the bucket, and think would work better for you, where you can control the flow on demand. Except they burnt out. I burnt them out doing plasma stuff. What's the proper name for you find it? It's a resistor. Remember on the fan, since you're talking about the fan, the 400 watt fan or 300 watt fan that almost caught on fire? You know how you could turn it up or down? I took a dimmer switch. Yeah, look at the dimmer switch. But DC.
Pump? I would use that on the pump.
Not for a pump. Just look up one of those. If not, one specifically for like a car, so that we get the right ohms, so that it works. So you don't waste time or money. Because if you don't get one that has too much resistance, then all the power will just be blocked in the thing, and it won't give like the true pump action of it being on low, middle, or high. You understand what I'm saying? There's too much resistance.
Well, and why not go with the on off and not the dimmer?
Because with the dimmer switch, think about it. Dimmer switch, you can make the light bright or you can make the light low, right? So if you're fucking with the thing and you don't got it right and you have it just pumping high, do you want to turn it off or just kind of turn the pump low? And once you got it going and you facilitate the issue of seeing that you're pumping at a right issue or time, say you wish to turn the water down. There's an instance that you thought that maybe I might want to turn the water low. Because I know on that, in a sense it states to turn the water low coming into it, but yet what if you were able to do such? Because again, you were asking me turn the water down low, the flow. Well, that's what you would be doing from inside if you wish or needed to. With the dimmer switch, instead of turning it off.
But I realized that I should have, yes, honestly, but I realized that I should have not done nor the gas or the water, but switch from winter to summer, because winter would have higher settings. So no matter if you put it in the lowest propane and the highest flow, meaning, it won't get as hot, it still gets higher. So if you put it on summer setting, it won't go higher than 120. And 120 is ideal, like water temperature. That's why our 120 was great. I was kicking it, and it went 117 to, and then it went 135, and I was like,
See, I understand. But I'm
so
still talking about.
Winter setting, I might still benefit from.
I'm still talking about
the water.
The flow rate of having less water or more water. Since you were saying you were going to switch and tie into it to do other things. How much water you wish to use. But again, it's crucial what is used and not used on the energetics of which you get something or not get something. The dimmer switch still turns off. You just have to twitch it and it clicks on the full switch. Especially if you set it up differently, like in my trailer or whatnot, because I have it just not going into the spigot like such. I have it going into expansion tanks and other things like that. And the plumbing of the trailer is all hooked to that now. So it's heating up all of the water. So it's hooked up like a house system, which I can run instead of this out of the spigot like such. You'd have a backflow pump and that piping that I got for down there so the water wouldn't go opposite way and other things like that if you had it at a Y. Let me help you if you wish. Anytime. Let you do what you wish. Since that's going to be a door, I'm not going to help you. As you stated, because it's going with the original plan. And I wish not to throw any energetics into that wall of changing it. As I was thinking earlier in the last couple of days of doing a plumbing system for in that area. They're not wishing to keep it like this, but actually do like we talked about and built the full one for, like a frame for. And that goes out of my head. As myself, the adaptations, is that we have to move the floors and so forth over. I don't think that is done right, because I was stating that you would need to come underneath it for myself to put a space and have something underneath you, a joist on top of a concrete bin, like I was stating, one of the redwood lakes. Because your weight plus however much water, say 30 gallons you throw into that, would be how much? Plus your weight. It's like 400 pounds. So over 300. So make sure that as you're getting out or whatnot, it's getting back in and it doesn't go. Because you're on the edge of those beams. Not saying that the beams would break, but you're on the edge of them. I'm not sure how you have that wood articulated on there, so it's always good to have something underneath the joist there. Otherwise, if you came to the corner with it, I would shut up.
Corner to corner.
No. And where the corner is, where the wood board is that you put, where the OSB board, there's 3 of them right there. And then you have that wood you put right there. If you put your drain port right there, literally like how you are, then this edge would be on a beam, and this right here would be on the secondary beam that we placed across for the hoist, because we need that strong, because we were going to put an elevator or a stairway here for the second floor to go. Otherwise, you're on the outskirts, on the fucking fringe of boards that aren't fucking nailed down. Because you're on the very edge, and I know you know about fucking leverage. You're on the very end of these boards that are not nailed down. On OSB that's not nailed down. That's why I stacked all this wood like this. It's not really a force to burn, but if you ever hopped in the bathtub, so you would go fucking because you're almost 400 pounds of weight. Your body weight plus the water weight in the fucking bathtub, honey. You're on the edge of fucking wood that's not nailed down. With boards that aren't nailed down. You understand? That's why I've been complaining about the structure, because the OSB is not nailed down. And these boards aren't nailed down. We're on top of fucking, I mean, they're nailed here, but they would rip out if you put almost 1,000 pounds on the end of it. Because it's literally on the very end. But these guys are nailed down. The ones you have over there are just floating. They're not nailed down. You understand that, don't you? These guys just floating right here. It's not set. It's just fucking sitting there. Their ends are like underneath this right here. The only thing that's holding that shit down is the weight of this wood on the OSB board where your fucking shoe is. I'm saying you gotta be careful of what stress out. I don't mean to be a fucking Another hen like looking at what the fuck you're doing real nice. What are you doing? What are you trying to do? When you try to counter to help or you don't get hurt? So it doesn't have this. I emphasize on me. You don't have this security. It's still in rough in some parts. 6 yes, 1 no. That's pretty good so far. Using fucking the opposite. I just got the opposite. And it's just showing me the volt. And I'm like, fucking, what the fuck, dude? Piss off. Goddamn, damn. I know how to do this. It's easy, but oh, it's not working. Easy way to get rid of that shit is traveling salesman theory. Stay up all night, get all the motherfucking possibilities wrong. That can happen. And fuck you, bitch. There you go. Buttons on. Check that out, honey. You got everything exact. So I'm just fucking this couple numbers off. Otherwise, exact. I think it's all the fucking wiring. Because the wires that have come with the shit is small.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, I sat down and made preset cuttings using that thicker wire. And it's hella long. So I gotta take that out. And all that resistance and shit plays a part of turn resistance zones and amperage and all that shit, as you've seen from shooting the light through the thin wire to this speaker wire to the other speaker wire to the thicker speaker wire, so on and so forth. It all plays a part. It's like sending the water through small pipes, bigger pipes, all over the world. I just want the pipes reversed. Instead of water spraying all over the place, it's fire.
We better set up.
We got a lot of power. Not just right there, but fucking coming this way when the light hits. We got the capability of making, not with that, with the reduction down, but if it wasn't being reduced down and we were getting the full amount, we'd make like 4,000 or 5,000 watts, kilowatts a day. And that's without the high frequency. So without the high frequency, we have 3.6 kilowatts. With them working the way that they are, we got 6 hours of good light out of fucking 10 hours of light, because the things make light for power for 10 hours. 6 hours of good light right now without beautification messing with as is. We can pull more than 20 amps, because we're pulling in 120 to the other day to do a kilowatt we did 100 and that's what's nice to see is on that reader out there, the kilowatt reader, we did half a kilowatt in 55 hours. We did half of a kilowatt and it used 114 amps or 112 amps. Let's do the correlation, but what is this name? Yeah, at 3.6. No, yeah, we have 312. Yeah, we have 3,600 watts at 60 amps. That would be 360 if for the 6 hours nominal. If we had that out at full. But we have more than 60 amps. We have full 60, 72. We have 57 amps. Yeah. We have 60 plus the high frequency is another 60. So it's 4.2 kilowatts with 12 amps. We have 79. We're just an amp shy, but I'm not sure how much the high frequency spool we put out. I've seen 12.5 amps on that day, so 12.5 plus the 57.8 we basically fucking we're right at 80 amps on fucking the light fucking hitting. So 80 amps, that's 480. That's 480 amps in that 6-hour period. But that other 4 hours, we get like maybe another 10 or 15. So it's almost 500 amps we could be making a day right now if we had the full capability of just grabbing all of that. Right? And it's set up. Now, giving all that watt hours, as you're seeing, that just doing the max it was shooting up to was 300, which is one of those panels. But with the power of, or the amperage of 4 of them, or 3.5, 3 3/4 amperage of 3 panels, but 3 panels is 900 watts. I have 4 on that guy, which is 1200. If on a day like we had the other day, we're able to make 1,000. If we buy 2 more of those units, then that would be 1,800 watts, right? The 1,800 watts is 6 of those panels. You understand? I have 8 of them on this. You understand? To take it to 45 amps. You understand? To try to maximize our amperage. But yet, our wattage is reduced down to 900, but we're only doing 300, and we did 1,000 watts. In these 2 fucked up days, we done 1.7 kilowatts. You understand what I'm getting at? So if we get 2 more of these, those green units, I take 1 more off of that guy, and or just use it as a standby with the high frequency on a sunny day to use to modify to give supplement. If we take and reduce this to 3, do 900 watts, that would be 15 amps. That's what this did today. Steady was 15 amps and then reduced down to 7. We do 3, 3, and 3. If we got 2 more and we did 3 each, that would be 9. And we could still just have 3 on that guy instead of just having it on the high frequency. And or we leave it like such. The 0.7 that we made today times 3 would be, we'd have 2.1 kilowatts made. Why I say that is I wouldn't move the solar. All I would do is just have the controller here. It would be the same spot and I'd have them hooked up. We'd make the same reading. Now, 3 of them on each is 900 watts, so we wouldn't be losing our wattage. We get the same accumulative of 45 as I have with 8 on this. You understand what I'm saying? But yet, we're not getting that wattage. We would be getting that wattage, or I shouldn't say we would be getting that wattage. We would have the ability to use that wattage without it being reduced when there's no cloud cover. Otherwise, right now, that extra wattage in amp, when there's cloud cover, adds to it being able to give that oomph. That's why I reduced. But then I'm checking to see if it gives that, and it doesn't really make a matter if I have 6 on that one and 6 on this one, or 4 on this one. It still gives me that amperage because it has that ability to go that high. If you understand what I'm saying. So I'm saying on a sunny day, I'd like to be able to use that wattage instead of having it reduced. Because then when it's nominally putting out what it needs to from getting really good sunlight, we're going to be getting that amperage, but we won't be getting that wattage. And when we reduce the wattage, then we reduce what we're putting in cumulatively. That's when that starts making up. When the sun is here, see, right now it doesn't, because we have no really any sun, we're getting that higher amperage because there's a bigger solar array in the one. But yet, if we could throw a note there and say, we have 8 and do 4 and 4 and 4, if not do 5 and 5 and this 2 on that guy and use a high frequency with that. Then on a sunny day, that would be only a loss of 240 watts, but 11 amps and 10 hours of sunlight on a summer day, that's 100 amps. We only use 45 at most that I think is shown, so that would be this energy plus 60 over. And 2 of these at 25 a piece, that would be 250. We'd have the 500 amps. But yet 5 each would be 2,500 watts. Getting pushed through a 900 watt thing. And again with the sun, if we grab one more of those and reduce that down to where it's 900 watts each, and we do that to where that thing doesn't get maxed out and has a fan on and get hot and shit like that. That's what I'm looking at, wishing to do, is break that down so we don't have an issue of backup power, because that's what was the thing of when the pipe burst over there, or the line caught on fire, is that guy was reducing it, but where's that power go? So I want to make sure that there's no fucking anything like that happens. Flows is going somewhere, and we have a dump load for it going. So either an electric water heater going, but we're gonna have to use that, helping me through as we get the solar collectors set up, and or vice versa. Because we have 3.6 kilowatts of solar per hour, 65 amps plus the fucking plus the high frequency during the summer, because they don't work too well in this light because of the wind and all that. I can't put them out without getting fucked up until I build a thing for them. Just hear me out. These guys, we have 65 amps, 3.K, 6K. If you do that in the 6 hours that we're making good sunlight, that's 18,000 watts. If you remember our power bill at the house, and me doing this, we use 45,000 watts nominally, so 38,000 watts accumulated for the month together. If we have 3.6 and 6 hours 18, we're making a week's worth of wattage that we would use. You understand? We would only get to 45,000 watts to 49,000 watts. So you can look up on Facebook the meter when I mean to go backwards. When we were drying and shit, that was during the summertime. Do you understand? So I say, don't write this shit down. I have it all in my head. You can look it up. Otherwise, the pictures. So I have my own videos that I made, all that kind of stuff. And stuff for you to see. And for others. That's why I said I did the caterpillar pack again. I mean, you see, on average, we're doing 35 amps. So 42 amps a day we're using that. It's the same setup as if it would be at the house. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Keep stacking that every day. But yeah. You can go out there and read the meters. I still haven't reset it because I've been jabbering with you. I'm going to take that over and hook it up and then reset. But we're at 146. When I looked last, we're at 112 U's. And since I reset it, it's showing. But I did not reset the kilowatt meter. Henceforth, we're at 55 when I went out 55 hours.
Uh-huh.
That's 4 days, 7 hours. And when I use 0.48 of a kilowatt, which is that thing being on for 9 hours that we did yesterday. Otherwise, it would have been the car on for 9 hours all day to get that. So I was saying I don't want you to do that because that is like driving. Or did you drive too? I wasn't making a joke. That's actually what I was saying. It's like, where would we be going right now? Because that's the same amount of miles. Even though you didn't drive the fucking car, the motor got that mile. So that stupid shit goes through my head, but it's not stupid. It's maintaining things and having that knowledge. So I say the yoke, what you place on your head, what goes in your head. I don't look on the internet and all that. I'm not saying any of that shit to you. Don't take it like I'm poking your asshole. I'm just saying in general. For me, like I said earlier, because I don't have energetics work to put in that I can give. It is the drone. Making sure, like, maintenance, like, what the fuck needs what. Trying to keep it together and actually think about, like, reality. In the sense of reality. On those things. And how to keep these longer, which we've seen. Use them 1/4% or 10%. So if you got 235, you can only draw it down to half. Otherwise, you pass the threshold and you weaken the battery, right? So if we're using this whole time, 45, say we go to our max, 45 out of 235. Where's that at? You understand? But you only get 117. Because it's halfway point. Henceforth, why we're trying to do this buck up inverters. You only need half of what's there. Otherwise, you take the 4 and you split it in 2. And you get 470 amps to use after it's been charged for it. You understand? That's the only way we can get 12 volts out of it. Sorry. Unless we try, once it's full, now that we have it being charged properly, and going to get the full status, the 6-volt buck-up inverter that I tried using and stated there's no power to it. You understand? You only give it 11 volts. I couldn't start the power inverter with it. I was trying to figure out why. Well, why was I got hooked to that thing, that guy over there that was letting it to get fried. We're hooking it to the other one that wasn't giving it the right power. So what power did I have to give to it? Remember, I was like, what the fuck? We've had these batteries for this long. We got to do these things charged. Because we spent this amount of money. We need to upgrade because I still wish to get the other 4 coming for the cell. All the bullshit. You understand? My words saying, hey, I need this, and this, and this. Well, all that stuff that I've asked you to order is all on train. It's all working. Henceforth, me stating we need more batteries now because I have it almost dialed in. I'm almost going to make it to where I don't have to do the solar dance because I almost have it dialed in. But the wiring stuff, so forth, is still going to be in rough because I don't know how this is going to be set up, and I wish to still have links to move it around instead of cutting the wire and have to buy a whole new spool to send that shit that way because I wish not to have stuff spliced. understand what I'm saying? By doing such, it gives us the ability to not be racing where it's sitting there. That's why I was saying I was frustrated because you didn't get the DC motor, because we done put like, we driven from here to Argentina like almost twice. In both either. We've driven across the United States a couple times, and Canada and fucking shit. I'm like, no, don't like it. Now we're there, we're self-sufficient. Just with that guy over there. Now we have almost a kilowatt right there of power. And I wish they would be able to store that. And then make use of it, because I wish to power them pumps and get our stuff going.
So I should try taking part, like, for 10, 11, 12, when it's like peak hour.
See, and so like when you go to use work and electricity and so forth, if you can keep that mindset in mind so that there's solar hours to replenish. See.
But I should be able to comfortably tomorrow try taking showers, like around 10, 11 or whatnot.
Yeah.
I said comfortably, like not running or whatnot, right? Like maybe 10 minutes or something like that.
Yeah.
Take it, like see, take note, and put.
You'll be able to read the readout. It'll tell you. It'll tell you the time you're in there and the power you use. If you're gonna get a thing for the BTUs, you can do that too. BTUs for your butane. Show how much fucking fuel you use. That's a gauge thing that you should get too, so you know how much fuel is in your tank. So you actually get everything precise. So again, treat this like fucking you're going for a hike somewhere on a different planet and you had to ship the stuff in. You go by gram weight and so forth. So what do you need? How much are you using? What do you need to replenish? You understand what I'm saying?
I'm gonna go to a race car where and fill up the tank.
Then you'll actually be like your mom was talking. It should actually be like your mom was talking about, where you're about numbers, but it's actually for a reason, because we live off grid, and it's good to know what's going on in case something happens. You know, always have like several days worth of power, food, and so forth, in case there's a blackout. We can't generate power from what we have, but yet we have the DC generation from the cars, but as you've seen, it doesn't do right. And the battery and the actor has been burned up from doing so. That's why I was like, I gotta get this to work, dude. Because all we're gonna do is just have a bunch of dead-ass burnt batteries. I'm not trying to do all that. I'm just fucking... It's the only way I can contribute.
Hey, deal with that.
It's the only way I can contribute.
Like 20 times already.
Like the 5th time I said it today. And it's the only time I said it. And I'm not talking about like monetary wise or anything. It's the only way I can contribute. In the sense of fucking putting shit together to where like, I'm gonna sit down and watch you build a house and at least it can help you fucking not kill yourself or set the forest on fire. Or at least you have lighting and shit like that and proper, I shouldn't say proper, adequate power supply. Adequate power supply for your needs and so forth, and not have to pay for anything. Because the things that you bought, and again, with the investment that we did in the solar panels, why I asked if you get those after you found those and you jump on that deal, is you have enough to where we're self-sufficient. We've been self-sufficient since they can, but we've been self-sufficient since these batteries can. Even fucking honestly. Not working with them and doing other stupid shit in my head. Fucking, we had 300 and some watts right there. 7, 8, 9 amps. It's fucking our needs for the day with 5 hours of sunlight was right there. Yeah, partially that's what it was doing when I had it set right there. It's just we didn't have that open. That's why I'm like, okay, I need to make use of, if I don't have food growing over there where I cut that stuff, I gotta draw that power. Because that was the thing before, was we didn't have any open spot. Well, I did all that work to get that valley open, to get its power, because once I switched over to that valley, no more blinking of the lights. Otherwise it'd be sitting like this and the lights would be blinking. Or we'd have all this stuff down there. And I'd be stressed out like I was, going, okay, is the animals fucking with it? Or there's somebody trying to steal it? And or the wire crossed, or some fucking tripped over it, so on and so forth. Well, I wanted to do a barbed wire down there, because those guys get sparked or blown from the wind, and then they're gonna go and check. And somebody hits them really good, fucking line catches on fire. It's like, fuck, yeah. Yeah, of course. I'm not talking about the fence down there. I'm talking about around the fucking solar panel.
Because it was like poop and bears and...
Every time it was windy, the shit got blown over. I'd be sitting there looking, and the only way that I had a sense of seeing if there was power coming in or not was looking at that controller. I got tired of, moved it over here, that I got tired of leaving in the van. I had to shit in the van. To have to leave it to myself, like I said, it lazy me. I'm like, fuck, dude. For me to see what's going on, I'm tired of walking over here. But this wasn't built yet. I was waiting on you. I had all this stuff sprung up and all that kind of stuff, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's sweet. And I was like, well, that's what we wanted. And everything was supposed to be the kitchen anyway. It was the kitchen area and all that kind of stuff, and the power supply and all that.
Yeah, it'll be, once we take the bed out of here.
And so forth in that area. That's where your main appliance stuff is. So, to me, it seems better to have, so you don't have fucking AC plugs and all that kind of shit all from all over the place. Just have the power supply, have your main energy supply things fucking over there next to it, so the cords are short. So you get the most out of everything.
Yeah, we're basically having to where it comes to the middle, and then we can split to the little tiny house on one side, and then it can come on this side.
Well, it'll be, since we're going to duplicate this, remember? This will be over here for this. The other one for the deep freezer. And we're going to have a third, remember, to utilize all the power. We'll have that for running the ready line and so forth. For you wish to learn how to weld, little, do welding and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Well, we need, this is auxiliary power. We need auxiliary power. You feel me? I don't wish to be sitting here introducing and suck up that much gas doing that thing's going on. Right? Well, I wish to run that all night if I wish to. But I don't want to take more than that. So that would be that third one. You know what I'm saying? We would just sit back and listen to music all day or watch a movie or whatnot. And not worry about the next day if there's going to be cloud cover or whatnot. You have that power bank that's there. That we use. The blender, 1000-watt blender. Right?
If I can figure that ball down, so you see how much it takes to
But you understand what I'm saying?
to make the power, but yeah.
But you have that power that's going to be there because that power bank's only going to hold 1.6. And you got fucking 900 watts, and as you've seen, that on a fucked up day produced 1,000 over 1 kilowatt, 1.016 kilowatts yesterday in 7 hours. Today we produced 0.752. So we're at 1.752. So we're at 0.154 over the capacitance of that in 2 days. But yet we use half. So we got 0.4 to go for a full battery bank. Open his light. Okay. So these stores just doing float, but you have an auxiliary of this sitting on a ready line or a Jupiter or that or a smaller one, going for whatever you wish to use as auxiliary, but yet you have a bank like this in your spots used for whatever main source that you need, or running water pumps for a fire or whatnot, but you have that third, which is 900 watts, 15 amps, dumping 1.7 kilowatts in this in the wintertime for us to run the blender or whatever the fuck you want, and not see the lights go dim, or worry about it, but yet it was paid for a one-time deal, but for until we die, it's dealing with that power. You understand?
Yeah, they say that those panels are
And
really
need
long
to be
lifetime.
used, otherwise it's being collected, and the batteries will only hold so much. But yet, if we do it in that manner, these guys will last forever because we don't ever say use them. Because again, that extra battery bank will be done like this, where its auxiliary load side will be going to a 35 amp battery. So it's actually being used with a 35 amp battery. So this will only be supplementing 5 or 10% amps from it, because you already got 35 amps to start with. You understand what I'm saying? That way we keep what you put in, money-wise, fucking up there. Tip-top batteries. 10 years from now, fucking perfect. You understand what I'm saying? It's never been dropped below 25%. Because they're not being drawn from. The other one is being drawn from. Instead of using capacitor, we have that. So think like 35 amp battery charged and put, if I took the car battery and put it here and put that guy there, then what we use for the day on that guy would never be took out of the 175 or the 125 that's linked together. It would be taken out of that. Do you understand? But yet, the solar would push into that during the day and refill it, but also, be it that it's only 35 amp hours and it's collecting more than that, it's going into the battery bank. You understand? That's why I have the 175 and the 125. Just keep filling those up. You take the 125 off, and because the 175 you can only use 80 watts or 80 amps out of that. The 125 you're going to use 60 amps. You understand what I'm saying? You're going to use half. So again, that's why we'd have a battery break on all the things that we get. Because again, we're trying to use the step-up module so that we can use them individually, because each one is 1.6 kilowatts of power. You understand? So be it that we can't do that, we have 3.2 kilowatts worth of power because we can break those 4 into 2. Do you understand? Right now we're just using it as one battery. We put a shunt battery break, we can isolate the 4 and 2. And we have 3.6 or 3.2 kilowatts. See? And if we did such, then we can utilize and grab all the energy that it can create in a day and not waste it. And or once we get another several battery banks, because we can make a lot of energy during the summer, and or when we have a hydro plant and or solar collector, so on and so forth. But again, that's a way of utilizing all the power. You charge it as one, you separate it, and you double your stuff. Otherwise, that's why I was trying to get the buck-up module to use each one by itself. You have 4 times 1.6. We have 6.2 kilowatts of power right there. If we can isolate each one out and use it as a separate battery. Yeah. But the batteries were dead, so I'm going to say I'm going to let them charge and I'm going to try to use them again. If it fucking works, then we have 6.2 kilowatts of power right there instead of 1.6. Otherwise, right now we can only use them as 2, because we need 2 to get 12. All of our stuff runs on 12 volts. But by doing such, we split the 4 by 2 instead of going by 1 by 6. It multiplies our kilowatt up, because we now have 2 battery banks of 1.6.
So basically, you charge them in parallel and series, like when you break the parallel and just keep them in series.
No.
Break the series and keep them in parallel and
yes.
keep the voltage, right?
You drop your amps.
Yeah.
You go from 2. Actually, no. It's still 235. You're still at 12. It's your amperage. Each battery is 235 amps.
No, it's not the same. So you still have the same voltage and still have the same amperage.
Yeah.
But you're just taking it, the connection from being all of one unit,
See.
running it in.
And divides it to where it's still 235, but yet it doubles your amperage. Instead of only having one power bank of 117 amps, you now have 2 power banks of 117 amps. You understand? Yeah. Otherwise, what I'm trying to do is give you 4 117 amps. Each battery being able to go down halfway. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Give you 468 amps capability, because we have that ability in one day to make half of the solar grid if we grab all of it with a couple more solar controllers, that, so on and so forth. No one's doing that. You can scour all the internet and so forth. No one's taking the time or trying to do such. Otherwise, we, again, use a battery isolator and breaker, and we can break each 4-pack that we get to where we can set them to where once it gets full it kicks on, or once it gets depleted down it kicks off, but yet in a sense of isolating the power bank to where once it registers as a full bank, then it turns off or isolates the 4 and turns it into 2. And then you can use that. And then you have a secondary hook to that to where when that battery bank gets down to a low voltage, then it isolates that and switches to where it goes back to the other. To where, say, A and B. A goes down to 10.8, dead battery, or your threshold of a low battery for most things, where the buzzer goes off on your inverter, breaker comes on, switches to the other unit, and you're back to 1.6 kilowatts, or 117 amps. But if one day is 45, then that's 2 days is 90. You got 27 amps, so you got 2.5 days of power off of one battery bank. If you could, like I explained to you when we were in the shop, why I had you get these, if we can isolate that out, then you have a week's worth of power, and we just charge it as one like we're doing now. My verbatim that I said to you. We're now living. I'm trying to make work. That's why I said I'm not trying to allow that stuff that you bought to go to waste, because it was an idea that was shown, but I'm trying to put it together. I'm not trying to be a dick, but I'm trying to make it work. There's no way of finding it online. People doing what the fuck I'm trying to make work and maximize and show that it can fucking work. Not for other people, but for fucking us to survive and not catch on fire. But be able to fight a fire and have the power to, because we're gonna need power. And running cars to try to do it with jumper cables is not gonna work, since we don't got that DC generator. Unless that thing is fucking make it work. Best I can. We didn't catch on fire with 1,000 watts going through it. We got 2,000 watts almost made. Shit didn't burn up. Didn't get hot. Do you wish to put a USB fan on there? Or no, a computer fan that's blowing for summertime? And on the batteries? If not CPU killing, put CPU fan bolt covers to where they'll be cooled. Like I wish to get tweaked out on it. And yeah, plasma. I wish the plasma ties all our stuff. We don't get it. I'm gonna make some artistic, like interesting stuff for us cells that I see in my head. Sorry to take your time. I've been trying to get to this fucking house. Moving after time, I'm like, what, 8 o'clock? Everything is sitting down at 7. 7:25.
So we gotta poke it a few more times.
And we're gonna come back in and we're gonna make that one work. I don't know why it's not working. We're gonna make it work. There's a little battery for some reason is gonna make it fucking, I guess, get the right voltage. Even though they say 3 volts makes it volt. If the lights are on, the power's going through it. I got it hooked up like all the other. Power's going through the shunt. That's why the lights are on. But for some reason, that's just fucking with all the wrong stuff. Stop. No, you're messing with the wrong stuff. What's this up? Let me see that scooper. Since you're letting all this smoke in there.
No, try.
Let's lift that wood. Unpack the coals, right? And close the door. bitch is I'm trying to get you to keep the fucking habit of making it smoky, because one day we actually have some shit that keep the fucking smoke in here. And just those couple of seconds as you see me having the thing open, and look, you see? And we're still like rough draft. So that's why all that, oh my god, why are you so fucking asshole? It's like, alright, dude. You'll see. Just a couple of seconds, like, we're in a fire. That's why I was like, you're messing with the wrong stuff. Need the coals. Unpack the wood so it can breathe. We need a chimney brush. I need to go to Ace and see if they got one. Oh my goodness, that's a whole different thing. You can see the smoke though.
Do you see the light?
Huh? No, I don't see the light. I see the smoke. Yeah, I was. Until the door was on me and the phone was sitting in my hand. Yes, I am going outside. Yes, I am. I have to get the wire to do that. And the flashlight. I still gotta do this light tonight.